So we're going to ask if you could please be quiet. This is an official meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. If you have your cell phones on, can you please turn those to silent or turn them off? And what we want to do this morning is go ahead and we're going to call to order. If you're going to speak, you can speak right. Who's speaking?
Where's the Hearn?
Right there. Come on.
So you think you guys run this county, huh?
Speak right there.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
I, Hernando de Soto, the 76, along with my captain, padre, and crew, by the power vested in me by the King of Spain on his 23rd day of April 2024, hereby take over this Manatee County Commission and declare it to be known as Manatee Conquistadors Commission. Henceforth, and until this county has provided sufficient treasures to our crew, we will allow you 4 days to fill our coffers and return these chambers to said commission.
Does a baby count?
Too much work. These guys are enough.
Look, I'll give you Commissioner Van Ostenbridge's credit card if that's a treasure, but I don't know if it is.
You won't make it far. Gas.
Thank you, sir, and we thank you for being here this morning and taking charge of the board. As everyone knows, this is a great week for Manatee County with the parade on Saturday, right downtown, the DeSoto Parade. So we invite everyone to attend the parade and be a part of that fun day. It'll be a very fun evening to be out there and watch the boats go by and everyone come by, and please attend. The princesses and queens look so nice. They look great today. Thank you for being here, and thank you all for seizing the board. And we'll let you all get back to conquistadoring or whatever you conquistadors do. I don't know what they do. I was told there's a difference. Yeah. Also, there'll be a concert going on downtown from 4 to 7. So please make sure you come out and
Tonight?
Saturday night. Make sure you get dancing in the streets on. So
All right.
and have a great time. It'll be a lot of fun. It's always fun. These guys put on a great show and they put on a great parade and a great event. So thank you, Conquistadors. Thank you, Captain. And we appreciate you guys being here this morning. So you guys can hang out if you want the rest of the meeting.
Yeah. Public comments coming up. Yeah.
Thank you. This is always a fun time of year for Manatee County. It's a blast to be a part of all this. So I've officially gavel in the Board of County Commissioners meeting for Tuesday, April 23rd. I don't know if the Pastor Luke is here. There he is. We have Pastor Luke that's going to, Stockton from the First Baptist Church is going to give our invocation, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Aileen Jackson this morning. As we do every morning, every meeting, we recognize God and we recognize our great nation. So if you would please stand for the invocation and the pledge. Thank you.
Would you pray with me? God, we thank you humorously for delivering us from the conquistador takeover, but we thank you for the fun that we have in our county, and we thank you for this meeting, and we acknowledge your presence. We thank you for your presence, for the wisdom that you give to our leaders, and thank you for the wisdom of having a plurality of leaders, that we aren't governed by one person and the limitation of one mind, but the collaboration of many. And we know that that is a principle that you've given us in your word, in the Bible, that we need to seek a multitude of counsel. And so, Lord, we have a great group of leaders, and we ask your wisdom for them as they make decisions and receive input from those in our community. And we, again, acknowledge your presence and thank you for your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Quick note, the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners voted to recognize a local junior ROTC student by inviting them to come and say the pledge. And this is some of our future leadership here in our military when you see these ROTC and junior ROTC kids. But Evan Jackson, he's at Manatee High School. He's a junior, class of 2025. And he wants to go in the U.S. Army. We won't hold that against you. There's Marines up here, so we won't hold that against you. Thank you for wanting to do that. And he's been awarded the Best First-Year Cadet, Superior Cadet, Son of the American Revolution Award, and Boy State 2024. And he's an explorer at the Bradenton Police Department. So thank you very much for being here today, and we appreciate you.
Aiden, go Canes, baby.
Thank you, Pastor, for being here today also. So moving forward with going ahead with the meeting, County Administrator, is there anything that you need to bring us updated on?
The agenda update memorandum has been added to the online agenda.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there any commissioners that have anything they'd like to pull from consent today? Any consent agenda items to be pulled? All right. So what we're going to do right now, thank you. What we're going to do right now is we're going to have a Port Authority meeting. And right now, I'll recess the Board of County Commissioner meeting and turn it over to our Port Chairman, Kevin Van Osterbridge.
Welcome to the Port Authority of Manatee County. Call the meeting to order. We'll open up with public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to address the Port Authority regarding anything on today's agenda? Any public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment at this time. We'll go to item number 3, which is employee recognition. Abby Lindekamp,
Thank you, Mr.
being
Chairman.
presented by Denise
Commissioners.
Stuffelbeam.
Denise will be presenting the award.
Perfect. Mrs. Stuffelbeam, who I know is a Kane fan as well.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Denise Stuffelbeam. We're recognizing Abby for her 5 years of service, but she has actually worked for the Port for over 20 years. Abby worked at the clerk's office for 18 years as an accountant, and many of those years were where she handled the Port. She also worked for the county in financial management for a few years as a budget analyst. I think all divisions would agree that Abby is a very hard worker. She's dedicated, enthusiastic, and she loves to talk a lot. Abby's favorite saying is long story short, and they never are, ever. When we decided to hire a deputy director of business administration and finance, I knew Abby would be perfect. She's been a huge asset to the Port. She's implemented many great ideas in our department. So Abby, long story short, the real way, thank you for all you've done for the Port and continue to do for what you do for our department, and especially for me. Thank you. And here's your.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. As I do have a short story, I would like to thank Carlos and Dave and my amazing boss and mentor, Denise, for the opportunity to come to the Port. I have loved the Port and found it fascinating when I did the financials throughout the years, and it has been amazing to see the growth in the Port. I saw, where they were then and where they are now, and it has just been incredible, and it is just very fascinating. And one thing that when I went to the Port Authority meetings, we always have to say your name and where you're from, and they pass it around the audience. And always the people at the Port would say their name and Port staff, and I dreamed of the day that I could say Abby Lindekamp, Port staff, and 5 years later, here I am. And I thank them very much for everything that they've done, and I look forward to the future. Thank you.
Abby, thank you so much for your years of service, not just at the Port Authority, but also over at the clerk's office. Manatee County appreciates you. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners, are there any items you'd like to have removed from today's consent agenda?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, we'll conduct the vote verbally. So we're entertaining motions on the consent agenda.
Second.
Oh, boy. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve consent, seconded by Commissioner Turner. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, the consent agenda passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0. All right, Executive Director comments.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Executive Director.
Commissioners. With your concurrence, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll be sending the Conquistadors a bill for docking the ships at the port, or wherever they're docking them. Anywhere Manatee County is fair game. So we'll be sending that in the immediate future. So we're very glad that we can have the opportunity to, again, to come before you. And thank you. I don't have any further comments.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any commissioner comments or Port Authority member comments today? All right, hearing none, and with no further new business, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're back at the Board of County Commissioner meeting. It's interesting how that works, right? What we'd like to do next is we have awards, presentations, and proclamations. And our first award up is a presentation of April Employee of the Month, Gary Morrison. So, Gary, you here? But there he is. And all the team from Public Works? Is that utilities? Yeah, utilities, public works. Utilities. Good morning, all.
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Patrick Shea. I'm the Utilities Director, and it is an honor. Also, Baby Ballard, welcome. It is truly an honor. This is my first time addressing the Board of County Commissioners, and to be able to do it to recognize an exceptional employee is a great honor. Gary Morrison is the county's April Employee of the Month. He earned this honor as a SCADA technician. So if you want to know what a SCADA technician is, let's just focus on the acronym. SCADA is Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. The focus of that is supervisory control. So if you want to avoid a sewage backup, wastewater backup on your property, even worse in your homes, you need someone like Gary Morrison at the helm. Making sure supervisory control of the 750 lift stations that convey wastewater to our wastewater plants are hard at it. So as a true professional, utility professional, Gary is worthy of this recognition, and it is our honor. So I did ask some of his coworkers who have spent their 10 years with Gary just to describe him in a few words. He's described as the go-to employee. Gary is very, very talented. He likes to grow people, and he likes to make sure that people grow in their careers and are successful. He wants to be the people describe him as the person you want to train you and the person you want to mentor. So I will have a few people say some other words about Gary. First off, Deputy Director over Wastewater Services, Kevin Morris.
Thank you, Pat. Good morning. I'm Kevin Morris, the Deputy Director over Wastewater Division. And I would just like to share some information with you about Gary. Gary's very humble. Gary is not the sort of person that would brag about himself, so we're going to brag for him a little bit. So you might be surprised to learn that Gary met his wife 47 years ago. They've been married 36 years. Gary, you don't seem that old to me. You're taking some strong vitamins. I want to find out what brand. He also has, they have two sons. One has followed in Gary's footsteps and works in Broward County for utilities. And then he also has a son that is a biomedical engineer. So very, very proud. Yeah. When I transitioned over for the wastewater services from the water side, I learned that Gary was the only SCADA technician we had for all the lift stations in Manatee County. And to say I was a little concerned would be an understatement. I was a little panicked. We had 3 other positions, but technical skilled positions are in demand in industry. And so, but you know who wasn't panicked? This guy. He wasn't panicked. He was calm. And you know who else wasn't panicked? Our whole team, the people that you see behind us here. And that comes from just the revolutions. They've done the repetitions. They've faced storms. They have faced hurricanes. They've faced power outages, and they have persevered. And that is the attitude of the Lift Stations group. We're just so proud of them. We're so proud one of ours has been recognized. And Gary, you just have such a professional demeanor, and you have such a kind and gentle spirit. And I just am really, really proud that the committee selected you from all the candidates. And I will hand it off to his direct supervisor, Mr. Eric Gibson.
So I wanted to give a quick rundown about Mr. Morrison and his work history. Came to us from Jamaica, was a key player in all the power distribution for the country of Jamaica, maintained a 9-mile-long conveying system where they got products for the aluminum industry. Came to us in 2014, about 9 years ago. Started as an electrician, moved into a SCADA technician position in 2014. Wealth of knowledge. I worked hand in hand with him for years as an electrician myself. He has recently accepted a position as a supervisor, and he's just a perfect person for the position. Hope to spend many more years with him. Just a professional, courteous, humble individual. Hope to see him around and do this again for Employee of the Year. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Eric. So the narrative for this award is explained in the board packet, and I think it explains it very well. I think the highest testimony that I can give and we can give for Gary is just recognizing how important and how valuable he is to the work that we do, work that does matter. So on behalf of leadership here with Manatee County, the Utilities Department, and the 450 people that let the water flow and the garbage get processed, I'd like to congratulate Gary Morrison on being April Employee of the Month. And I know Gary wants to say a few words, and then we can have a round of applause.
Thank you all for awarding me this award. It's something I never knew. I never worked for this, I think. I just come, I did what I had to do, and it was good that you guys did recognize me. And it's with great humility that I accept this award. And I know that the competition was stiff, and my colleagues, they are just as capable of achieving this award as I am. I would like to thank the committee who decided that it's now my time to stand here. I believe this award will encourage us to work hard and reach our goal, not only in a personal level, but also it will foster friendly competition among employees. I'm grateful to have colleagues who have provided constant support in a supporting environment that sometimes it's so hard to deal with for our daily challenges. I want to take this opportunity to thank Ralph Braun, who has mentored me for 9 years. Thank you, Ralph. And Nick Wagner and Steve Nail, for they interviewed me and they employed me 9 years ago. I want to thank them. And Mr. Eric Gibson for believing in me and that my future is in his hands right now. Thank you. I'm also thankful to my family who encouraged and supported me all this time. Thank you all. Thank you.
Hey, Gary, don't go away. I'm on the board, and Commissioner Van Ossenbridge is too. We just want to tell you, I had the opportunity of surprising Gary out at Utilities Department, and that was a lot of fun because he was really shocked about getting the award, and he was kind of stand backish, but well-deserved, well-earned. You know, employees like you make our life easier up here. So we appreciate everything that you do and everything that Utilities Department does. Especially keeping the bad water going out and letting other guys put the good water in. So thank you very much for all you do, and thank you for being part of our team and doing the good work that matters. So thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Commissioner Van Ossenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gary, I echo a lot of what the chairman said. I would just add for everybody that, you know, your job is one that you would never, it's an extremely important job in the county. There are very few SCADA techs. I know it's a very uniquely skilled position. At one point we were short techs, and I said, well, just raise the pay. And they're like, it doesn't work like that. They don't really exist. You have to train them. And so I'm really appreciative of the fact that you came up through Manatee County, trained to be a SCADA tech, and hopefully you're gonna stay for the long haul. And you go to work every day, you just do your job, you don't ask any questions, and people don't see that every day, particularly in the Utilities Department. If one thing goes wrong, is that it affects them from the Utilities Department, they certainly see that, and they're quick to react and call us, but we really don't get those calls, and it's because you and your colleagues, everybody in the Utilities Department, we know you're working hard every day. We appreciate what you guys are doing every single day. It's behind the scenes. You don't get a lot of fanfare for it, so it's really special. And we love days like this when we can bring utilities, public works, you know, you guys forward, who you're not forward-facing parts of the county, so it's great when we can bring you forward and get some recognition for everything you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll do that, yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. All right. We need you guys back making the bad water go away. So thank you for everybody in Utilities being here. Let's give them a round of applause for all of them. I'm going to take some chairman privilege and jump around a little bit. We have some long presentations that are going to come up, and what I'd like to do is just move the proclamations forward and start those. We can go through those pretty quickly. And the first one up is National Arbor Day, which is me. So I'm going to turn the gavel over to Commissioner Ballard. So, with Baby Ballard. So.
I don't know if he's capable of that quite yet.
He's in training.
We'll do it when we're done. We'll just do it when we're done. Good morning again. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and recognize National Arbor Day. Whereas trees provide essential food, shelter, and fuel, and a renewable resource, providing wildlife habitat, producing life-giving oxygen, reducing erosion of valuable topsoil, lowering air temperature, and protecting us from the sun's rays with their shady canopies. And whereas trees are a community asset that beautifies Manatee County, increases property values, enhances economic vitality of business areas, improve everyday experiences and learning, and make our county a more desirable place to live, work, and play. Whereas education about the many benefits of trees improves the quality of life today and for the future generations, and creates an increased sense of stewardship for local environment. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that April 26, 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Arbor Day in Manatee County. Adopted the present quorum present, voting the 23rd of April 2024, and signed by me. So you take it, Charlie? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie Hudsanger, our Head of Natural Resources.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Administrator, Acting County Attorney. Nice to be here today to actually represent many people who work each and every day to beautify our community. Arbor Day is just one moment in time while we work each day to plant trees, beautify medians at the direction of the Board of County Commissioners. Some of those great medians have been on Manatee Avenue, and all the other things that we've been able to accomplish throughout the years, driven in part by our tree advisory board, believe it or not, is also our LMAC members, which is why I've asked Deborah Worth and Hannah Turbeville to join me here, because LMAC is our driving force of advisors to tell us where and when and how we can do it our best when we plant trees, when we beautify our neighborhoods. I want to say that your staff is in the last 5 years has planted 1.2 million trees at DeWitt alone to restore the canopy of Manatee County, and along with the hard work of the construction crews and property parks maintenance crews who continue to beautify our parks throughout the county. So I wanted to express my thanks to all of you for this proclamation on behalf of the LMAC committee, the members Deborah Worth and Hannah who manage that diverse group of folks. And also, Alyssa Benson here is going to say a few remarks also about some valuable things that are happening this week. But I do want to close by acknowledging that our Arbor Day actual celebration, the planting of trees, is going to take place at Ron DeSantis Park this Friday morning. So stay tuned for that announcement, and take it away, Alyssa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alyssa Vinson. I'm the residential horticulture agent at the UF-IFAS Extension here in Manatee County. And it's my pleasure to talk about an event we're having this Friday, April 26th from 3 to 6 p.m. We'll be giving away approximately 200 trees to individuals at Palma Sola Botanical Park in partnership with Keep Manatee Beautiful. And these aren't just like little bare root seedlings. These are nice 4 to 6 foot tall trees. These are trees that will really make an impact in your landscape and on our urban canopy. So if you're interested, please come out to Palma Sola Botanic Park from 3 to 6 p.m. on this Friday. And also, if you're interested in learning how to take care of those trees once they're in the ground, please reach out to me at the local county extension office and learn about all the classes we have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last shout out to Keep Manatee Beautiful. She couldn't be here today. She's got another conflict, but of course, along with the LMAC Tree Advisory Committee, Keep Manatee Beautiful works every day to keep Manatee beautiful. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Autism? Anybody gonna keep me company?
Yes.
The crew or just?
Yeah.
Good. Morning, Chair. This is a proclamation for autism. Whereas autism spectrum disorder, colloquially, he wrote this, colloquially referred to as autism, is a neurodevelopment disorder that affects how people interact with others, communicate, learn, behave. And whereas the CDC notes that the autism diagnosis frequency is increasing dramatically from 1 in 150 children to 1 in 36 children in the last 20 years. And whereas in the same 20 years, the autism diagnosis and criteria are currently undergoing its third iteration. And whereas April is observed as Autism Awareness Month by organizations and governments throughout the world, and whereas April is a time to create a unifying message that fosters inclusion, promotes ethical research, education, and therapies, and advocates for understanding and empathy for the autism community and its allies. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that April 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Autism Awareness Month in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 23rd day of April 24, and signed by our Chair, Michael Ron. You have some words to say. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank the Manatee's Board of County Commissioners. And second, I would be remiss to not mention Southeast High School Class of 08, since everyone's mentioning Manatee. I'm sorry about that. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. The superior football team, obviously. But my name's Chris Collins. I'm a lifelong resident of Manatee County and the founder and director of Ability to Include. We teach social skills, language, and literacy through team sports and other recreational activities. But my most important job is a parent. I have a child with autism. I also have my daughter here today. And this is really who I'm here to accept it on behalf of, is all of the people that are working hard, serving the children with autism, caring for them as parents, and most importantly, the people themselves with the disability. And so, again, thank you to the board. Thank you.
Hey, do you think the increase is water supply?
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, up next is Commissioner Cruz with a proclamation for the Boys and Girls Club.
All right. Whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County wishes to honor the Manatee County Youth of the Year of 2024, Gracie Jean Charles of Palmetto and Elizabeth Ozibajo of Bradenton for Junior Youth of the Year, and whereas the month of May shall be known as Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County Youth and Junior Youth of the Year Recognition Month, for defining what stellar members look like and embody. And whereas Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County recognizes excellence in leadership, character, and service to and for the Manatee County community. And whereas to acknowledge the outstanding service demonstrated by the members across multiple clubs and throughout the ranks of membership. And whereas one exceptional club member is selected to be the National Youth of the Year and Junior Youth of the Year, serving as an ambassador for Boys and Girls Club youth, as well as a voice for all the youth of the nation's young people nominated and moved forward to compete on behalf of Manatee County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that May 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Boys and Girls Club of Manatee County's Youth and Junior Youth of the Year Recognition Month in Manatee County, Florida. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 23rd day of April 2023, and signed by our chairman, Mike Ron. A few months ago, I went and did a town hall for the teens at the Palmetto Club because they were learning about civics, and they asked very great questions. People look at Boys and Girls Club as someplace to go after school, but these kids are really learning and striving to be important members of the future of our community. And I was fortunate to be asked to be one of the judges for the Youth of the Year this year when Gracie won it. And it was just an amazing opportunity to talk to some of our youth that are really striving for greatness and are going to be the future commissioners, the future chamber members of Manatee County, and really understand where their minds are at and where their focus is and where their concerns are. And both Gracie and Jalen, who also competed this year for Youth of the Year, just really, really impressed me. And it was great to go to their award ceremony afterward and be able to meet their families and understand how our youth is working in Manatee County. And a lot of that has to do with just the principles that are instilled in them by our great Boys and Girls Club here in Manatee County. So Gracie, congratulations on winning. And Elizabeth, congratulations on winning the Junior Youth of the Year. And Dawn and John, thank you for everything you do for Boys and Girls Club. And I will turn this proclamation over to you.
Chairman Ron, Commissioner Ballard and Company, Commissioner Turner, County Lawyer, thank you, Mr. Van Alstenbridge, and Mr. Bishop. The boys and girls, it's a great day in Manatee County, and Commissioner Bearden, sorry, sir. It is a great day here in Manatee County as we enter our 78th year of entrepreneurial thinking and learning. It's our committed staff, our donors, our alumni, and community partners like yourself that have allowed us to allow our young members in this community to come in through our doors, and we recognize this is where great futures start. It is this county commission specifically that when our parents and family members needed additional services and support, you all supported us. When our young people needed the ability to develop their reading skills, you all supported us. When we needed the support for workforce development, career preparedness, and college readiness, you all supported us. And most importantly, and Mr. Van Alstenbridge, I'm sure you remember this, but on June 6th of last year when we asked you all if we could be a part of the I Vote sticker campaign for 2025, you all supported us and we won. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate all the work that you all did for us, and we are really excited to be here today. You'll be hearing from us in upcoming events, specifically the Fentanyl Project, and we'll also be hosting the Manatee. We'll also be hosting the Training for Boys and Girls Club of America for our regional area, because we are representing, leading, and excelling. With that being said, I'd like to introduce our Junior Youth of the Year, Miss Elizabeth, and followed by Miss Gracie, who will introduce themselves.
Yeah, John, bring the mic down.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Osibajo, and I go to Rogers Garden Bullock Elementary School, and I am in 5th grade.
Elizabeth is here with her principal and staff member, Carolyn, who are representing her today, and now Miss Gracie.
Hi, hello. I'm Gracie Jean Charles, and I'm in the 11th grade at Palmetto High School, and I've been attending Boys and Girls Club for the past year and a half now.
Miss Gracie will be headed to Jacksonville to compete statewide, and she also joined us in Tallahassee this year for Advocacy Day. We had a great opportunity to be up at the Capitol and advocating for what we do and why we do it, and we thank all of you for your support.
Well, I'm on the board, so don't go anywhere. These two young ladies represent the future of Manatee County. We're so proud of both of you all for being Junior and Youth of the Year for the Boys and Girls Club. I attended the Boys and Girls Club in Sarasota when I was growing up a long, long time ago. But the Boys and Girls Club does such a great job in mentoring the future of where we are headed with our children, with our teens. And if you can support the Boys and Girls Club in any way, please do. If you want to go by, I'm sure they'll give you a tour. It's a great facility. The kids are awesome. And just congratulations again to you ladies. We're very proud of you. Very, very proud of you. Thank you. All right, up next is Commissioner Ballard's actually going to do a proclamation from the dais, being that she's got Barrett in tow. But Commissioner Ballard on Suncoast Remake Learning Days.
So
I'll go down with the proclamation.
Well,
After you hand it out.
perfect. So I'm a little indisposed at the moment, but I do appreciate being able to present this proclamation today. Whereas the Suncoast Campaign for Grade Level Reading is a 4-county effort in Charlotte, DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties to help children, especially those from asset-limited families, succeed in life by ensuring they read on grade level. And whereas the Patterson Foundation works with people, businesses, nonprofits, government, and the media to catalyze efforts toward shared aspirations. And whereas Suncoast Remake Learning Days is a 15-day festival from April 20th through May 4th that celebrates the many learning opportunities in our community. Whereas a variety of organizations open their doors to welcome families to host hands-on, relevant, and engaging educational experiences for youth of all ages and their families, caregivers, and educators. These events are free for all ages. And whereas engaging children, parents, and families in a wide variety of learning activities outside of classroom hours and school buildings is a powerful way the community can create a learning ecosystem. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that April 20th, 2024 through May 4th, 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Suncoast Remake Learning Days in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 23rd day of April 2024. Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida, and that is signed by our chair, Mike Ron, who will
Actually,
hand down this.
Tremaine Osbridge is going to come down.
Even
She's got
better.
to read this too. So.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Karen Winden with the Patterson Foundation. We're so appreciative of this proclamation this morning and the ability to be here. We have, this is our 3rd year for Remake Learning Days. Last year we had about 200 events across our 4-county region with about 25,000 people who attended that. This year we're proud to say we have 304 events. All of them are free. They're an opportunity, even for our littlest members of the community, to participate. Our Natural Resources Department hosted a great event out at the Nest on Sunday. About 300 people had appeared at that. Our libraries have been participating. It's just a wonderful opportunity for families to find ways to learn together and to keep that creative process going. We do have a guide with all 304 events that are available. I know the clerk will say they need that. And we're just excited to be able to provide that to the community. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate everything the Patterson Foundation does for Manatee County. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. Whereas the month of April has been designated as National Community Development Month to recognize and celebrate the Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG. That'll be fun for the rest of the proclamation. And the Home Investment Partnerships Home Program. And whereas this year marks the 50th anniversary of the CDBG program, which has made a significant impact on our community through affordable housing construction, parks and recreational improvements, and the expanded provision of social and health services. And whereas Manatee County won the 2024 Audrey Nelson Community Development Award from the National Community Development Association for its CDBG-funded program, Turning Point's Project Smile, which has provided dental care and prosthetics to over 2,900 uninsured residents. Whereas since Manatee County's designation as an entitlement community in 2002, our community has received more than $40 million in CDBG funds and $15 million in home funds to support initiatives to serve low and moderate income residents and neighborhoods. And whereas Manatee County designates April 2024 as Manatee Community Development Month in support of these two valuable programs, which have contributed to the viability of our community's housing stock, infrastructure, public services, and economic vitality. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County that April 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Community Development Month in Manatee County. That's adopted with a quorum present, voting this 23rd day of April 2024, signed by our Chair, Commissioner Mike Ron. And who is here to accept? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Bishop, Mr. DeCarlo, County Commissioners. My name is Julia Vieira. I'm the Community Development Project Manager. Thank you for having us today. Community Development Month is about celebrating the initiatives that our Community Development Division does to advance opportunities and quality of life for lower-income families and vulnerable individuals. We do that by promoting needed social and health services, infrastructure improvements, and through affordable housing programs. This year is special for us because we're celebrating 50 years of the creation of the Community Development Block Grant, which is one of the main resources we use to leverage funds for these initiatives. This year is also special because we are celebrating that Manatee County was the winner of the 2024 Audrey Nelson Community Development Award with CDBG-funded Project Smile in partnership with Turning Points. To start our celebrations of Community Development Month, we promoted a luncheon to recognize the valuable dental and prosthetic services that all the dentists and staff at Turning Points provide each day to our community with Project Smile. Affordable housing is one of the main components of community development, so we also promoted a housing build day with all the CVS staff you see in front of you. We did that at Pauling Gardens, and this is a project in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. Fair housing and equal opportunity access is probably the main pillar of community development. And so to close our celebrations, tomorrow we are releasing for public comment our draft to the new Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice Report. This report delineates any impediments to equal housing and all the initiatives that we intend to implement to advance these objectives. We will be back next month for a final public hearing in front of this board. To conclude, I just would like to say thank you to our staff, our community development staff, all our colleagues from different divisions, departments, and all our partners. They're always eager to help and foster all our projects. A special thank you to this board for your continued support with our community development initiatives and all the new projects we bring before you. I really appreciate you guys very much. Before I go, I would like to present this plaque as a token of appreciation to Turning Points. For our long-standing partnership and the services, all the services for our community that resulted in our award. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
I just want to show off my dental team here. These are the folks. I mean, they are small but mighty. Over the past 10 years, we've done 2,900 new smiles just for this Project Smile with your support. And we couldn't have done it without the funding of CDBG that the county has given us. And so this incredible team works very hard to provide new smiles and new opportunities every day. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, guys. Thank Turning Points. You guys are great. You guys are... The services you provide are just incredible at Turning Point, so we just appreciate you being a partner with us and doing that. And thank you, all the dental team there. They're all, I mean, they do a phenomenal job. I was there one day when got to see some patients, and it's just heartwarming to see that you guys do so much for those that are so much in need. So thank you very much for what you do. Thank you, guys. Thank you, staff. We appreciate our staff. Thank you. Thank you guys very much. All right, up next is Commissioner Bearden with Small Business Week. Is the chamber here?
Sure, Jackie's coming in down here to receive this.
That's she's trying to get there.
Chairman, I have the pleasure of the proclamation for Small Business Week. We all know that small business is the backbone of America. It's an economic engine that keeps this country going, and it's a privilege to give this proclamation. Whereas the Manatee Chamber of Commerce, with over 90% of its approximately 2,100 member businesses and organizations consisting of small businesses, is focused on building partnerships and providing business development resources to our small business community. Whereas small businesses are the backbone of our economy, driving America's progress and growth through business leaders who think big, take risks, work hard, and are passionate entrepreneurs who care deeply for the communities in which they live and work. Whereas this country's more than 33 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of every 3 jobs in our economy, and dedicate ourselves to celebrating these enterprises that spur economic growth and prosperity. Whereas National Small Business Week is April 28th through May 4th, 2024, when the SBA officially recognizes the hard work, dedication, and economic contribution of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. Whereas Manatee County government is proud of its partnership with the Manatee Chamber and supports our region's small businesses in doing what they do best, growing our economy, creating jobs, and ensuring that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that April 28th, 2024 through May 4th, 2024 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Small Business Week in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 23rd day of April 2024, signed by our chair, Commissioner Michael Ron. Trying to give you a little bit there, Jackie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator, and the entire Manatee County team. My name is Jackie Dzelski, President and CEO of the Manatee Chamber. And on behalf of small businesses across Manatee County, thank you for this recognition and setting aside locally what is a national movement called Small Business Week. The proclamation summed up very well the importance of small businesses in our community. We like to boil it down to, in Manatee County, small business is big business. It truly is the foundation of building the local economy. We are grateful for your partnership, both as the Commission and the incredible county team who works hand in hand with the Manatee Chamber to support small business resources. With me this morning, I have members of our Board of Directors as well as our Small Business Council. The development of small business resources are one of the top 5 priority leadership initiatives for our Chamber, and we couldn't do it without the support of the entire community. I want to especially recognize Michael Willits, who chairs our Small Business Council, because again, the rubber really hits the road in that committee of the Chamber in ensuring that we're planning not just to continue the great work that's supported for small business development already, but always looking to the future on what more we can do together to support that. So I encourage everyone to follow the Manatee Chamber social media during the week of April 28th through May 4th. We'll be shining a particularly bright light on small businesses in our community. So help us propagate that throughout the community, and thank you so much for the recognition this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chamber, for everything you guys do. Thank you. We appreciate you and all your members. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Wait till Commissioner Bearden gets back up here so we can vote. Commissioner Bearden, can you get in? Okay, there you go. There we go. All right. I need a motion to approve the proclamations. The motion's been made by Commissioner Turner, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. If you'd all cast your votes now. Thank you very much. The motion to approve all the proclamations carries 6-0. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move on to our presentations. Our first presentation is on the Archer First Response System Pilot Program. And who's presenting? Or staff.
Good morning, Jody Fisk, Director of Public Safety. I'm very excited to introduce Todd Josko and the team from Tampa General Hospital to present to you on our drone program that will be rolling out here very shortly. It is just another example. Manatee County EMS is going to be one of the first EMS providers in the country to provide this service to our residents, using drone technology to drop AED, Narcan, and tourniquets to our residents in a pilot area to begin with, and hopefully to expand soon thereafter. So with that, I'll turn it over to Todd and his team at TGH.
Thanks, Jody. My name's Steve Harris. I'm the Senior Vice President of Payer and Government Affairs at Tampa General Hospital. I just want to make a few brief comments, and I'm going to turn this presentation over to Gordon, who's going to walk you through some of this very cool drone technology. But as you may or may not know, Tampa General is one of the leading academic health systems in the United States, and through our partnership with USF Health Morsani, we're always striving to apply the latest research and technologies to the practice of medicine. We believe in innovation. We are always looking for emerging technologies to help us transform how we provide health care. A couple examples of that. Last year, Tampa General performed what is considered a rare procedure. It's a live donor liver transplant. That was our first one last year. It's like I said, it's rare in the United States. Another example is the Hospital at Home program. That's a program that we received a federal waiver for to actually take care of certain inpatients in the home with 24/7 telemonitoring. So just a couple of examples of how we utilize technology. This is another example today of the drone delivery of life-saving equipment, which Gordon's going to go over. And 5 years ago, Tampa General partnered with Archer First Response Systems, and specifically Gordon Folks, the CEO, who is here with me today. The drone technology you're about to hear about, it's capable of delivering equipment for for automatic delivery. Automatic external defibrillators, Narcan, or tourniquets to help save someone who's in distress. FAA regulations, as you can imagine, was an issue, and it took a few years to work through that. But we landed on Manatee County specifically as the ideal location and got the FAA approval. Tampa General, Archer First Response Systems of Manatee County have been working side by side, ever since to get this project off the ground. I just want to recognize a few people today who really have been working on this project, week by week for the last few years. Jody Fisk, as you just heard from, and James Crutchfield from Manatee County were instrumental. Also, I want to recognize Jason Swoboda, who's here with us today from Tampa General, kind of our project manager on this day to day. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gordon to walk you through the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gordon Folks. I'm the Chief Executive of Archer First Response Systems. After about 4 years and, a global pandemic, I'm honored to be here in front of you today to help announce this program. It's an exciting day for Manatee County as they will lead the nation in the next generation of emergency first response and working to help expedite the treatment to some of the most time-sensitive and life-threatening emergencies that our citizens face today. So we have a presentation here. I don't know who has the control on that, but if we go to the next slide, or can I do that? There we go. Okay. So I want to just dive into the why question first. Sudden cardiac arrest impacts more than 350,000 citizens across the nation annually. 90% of these victims do not survive this emergency. The average age is 40 of victims of cardiac arrest. It's the leading cause of death in student athletes across the United States. And I don't think it gets talked about all that much. Something that kills 1 in 1,000 people across the country should be treated or should at least be innovated around. Further, last year, 112,000 citizens died of opioid overdoses, and over 115,000 citizens were impacted by trauma-related emergencies. We can jump to the next slide. So there is an opportunity here, given that all of these situations are extremely time-sensitive. The time to treatment is directly correlated with the clinical outcomes of all of these emergencies. For example, sudden cardiac arrest, every minute a victim goes without defibrillation is a 10% likelihood of fatality. So every second matters in these emergencies, and there's an opportunity here to expedite Manatee County Public Safety's ability to more quickly respond and provide the life-saving medical devices needed to help prevent fatality in these emergencies. So we can jump to the next slide. So the payload that the aircraft will be transporting in these operations includes an automated external defibrillator specifically for cardiac arrest, Narcan nasal spray, which is to help counteract opioid overdoses, and a tourniquet as well to help prevent fatalities and hemorrhaging and trauma-related situations. We can go to the next slide. Just to walk through kind of how this process works, a citizen would dial 911 in an emergency, and Manatee County's amazing call takers in the Emergency Communications Center answer these calls daily. They diagnose what's going on. They triage the event. And in the event that it is a cardiac arrest or an overdose situation, they will have the ability to dispatch one of these aircraft directly to the 911 caller to quickly transport the life-saving medical device necessary to prevent that fatality. Once that device is on scene, the 911 call taker is able to explain to the 911 caller how to use the defibrillator, how to administer the Narcan or the tourniquet, until paramedics can arrive and continue treatment and transport that victim to a hospital. We can jump to the next slide here. So just to briefly touch on the safety of the systems, at Archer First Response Systems, operational safety is paramount. The aircraft that we fly are equipped with ASTM-certified parachute recovery systems to help minimize the ground risk of the operation. There's a handful of different technologies on board to help us mitigate air traffic, a handful of other pieces to ensure that we're operating in safe environments with regards to weather, temperature, wind speeds, air traffic, etc. This operation has been granted a certificate of authorization from the FAA for Manatee County to run this under Part 91 as a public aircraft operation. Jump to the next slide. This is just a super brief video. I think if you jump to the next, yeah, it'll probably play the video. Just to demonstrate the parachute recovery system, this is through the certification process of this. And if the video can't play, we can, oh yeah. So these are just some of the safety mitigations put in place by these operations to ensure in any type of emergency situation that the aircraft is safe. We can skip to the next slide. So to touch on the actual operation, the phase 1 of this operation will cover 3.5 square miles in Manatee County, Monday through Friday, sun up to sundown. It'll have an average response time of about 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's from ECC dispatch to AED on the ground at the scene. So quite quick response time. You can see in this image here, the red icons are historical cardiac arrest, the blue icons are historical overdoses, and that's an 8-month period. So next slide we can dive into. We chose this location for a couple of reasons, specifically the airspace that this EMS station is underneath is a Class G airspace. It's one of the more easy airspaces to operate in. Further, the population density in the area we thought would be large enough for this pilot program to make an impact and for us to understand the efficacy of the operations. And finally, the region that the installation has provided ample space for initial test flights. So we can have the next slide. So the phase 2 of this operation will expand to 35 square miles, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're hoping to have this phase 2 operational before the end of the year. We have the initial waivers requested to the FAA for the expanded coverage area, and we're hoping to move into this phase 2 as soon as we can to provide broader coverage. Lastly, this is just a video of the installation. This is installed at Manatee County EMS's Malachite location. The housing unit here is a ground control hub that keeps the aircraft in a homeostatic environment and on standby 24/7, ready for deployment. When the dispatchers choose to deploy these systems based on the type of call and the standard operating procedures, the housing unit's open and the aircrafts are deployed. Doesn't look like we're going to have luck with this video, maybe. Oh yeah, it's playing there. So we can let this play for a second just so you guys can get a little visual of this, and then that, I believe, will conclude the presentation. So what you're seeing here is aircraft, basically when the request comes in from the Emergency Communication Center for deployment, the housing unit will roll open, a pre-flight check is performed, and if it passes, the aircraft is deployed and flies directly to 911 caller. We can probably skip to the final slide here.
That's pretty cool.
I believe, yep, okay, that's awesome. Well, that concludes my presentation. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Gordon. So Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. So just a couple other items. So we passed out the flyer that will actually be going out to the residents who are impacted that are in this square mile radius of this pilot program. And then the last thing I just wanted to clarify is EMS will still be sending out an ambulance at the time 911 is called. So the ambulance will be en route, but the hope is that this unit will arrive first and again cut off minutes from the arrival time. And so we can start treating. So that's all. So thank you so much to Tampa General, to Todd, and to the Archer Systems team. So we appreciate it.
Thank you. I think we have, there's a couple of us on the board. So, hey, Courtney, there's a couple of us on the board. I don't know if Gordon wants to come back up. Real quick, this is really cool. I mean, this is state-of-the-art technology that's going to help us save lives in kind of rural areas once it gets there, where EMS can't get there immediately. My question, real quick question is someone calls 911, they're having a cardiac event. They call 911. The 911 operator presses the go button, and this thing goes. And at the same time, just dispatches EMS at the same time. So we're hoping that this gets there first, and then basically we didn't get to see it deploy. But can you explain real quick how the defibrillator, the Narcan, and the tourniquet are deployed? We didn't get the video ended, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So the aircraft is deployed and it flies at 60 meters above ground level or 200 feet altitude. It'll fly in a direct line basically to where the 911 caller is, and it hovers over that scene at 200 feet. And we lower the emergency first response payload to the ground on a tether. It takes about 15 seconds to get from 200 feet down to the ground. We lower it really quickly to start and then slows down towards the end and then softly touches down on the ground. From there, the 911 caller can go retrieve that package, open it, and inside is the defibrillator and the Narcan and tourniquet.
So a lot of times the 911 caller is either a spouse or someone that's with the person. I'm assuming too there's explicit instructions inside there, like picture, you're on the phone with somebody, you're having a meltdown because your spouse is having a heart attack. You don't know what to do. This thing lands, comes out of the sky, lands. So there is other means of instruction inside the package that drops to explain how to walk through the process, either do a Narcan, the defibrillator, or a tourniquet, correct?
This is correct, yeah. So the defibrillator themselves actually have a video screen built in on top of them. They also have a Spanish button on the top. So if you click the Spanish button, it will switch into a Spanish mode. And so it's a bilingual device. It's capable of shocking both adults and children. There's a child button on the top that you can click. And like I said, it has a video screen on the top that shows images and videos of how to remove the pads and apply them to the victim. This particular defibrillator will automatically shock the victim if needed, so there's no button to push. It's like you apply the pads and you step back and you're done. And then the naloxone or the Narcan nasal spray is extremely straightforward. It's 2 squirts. It's a nasal spray. Yep. And just for clarification, so aircraft won't land, but the payload will make it down to the ground. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Van Ossenbridge.
Thank you, sir. My first question might seem kind of silly, unless you're in the situation, I guess. This thing can avoid trees. I see a parachute getting stuck in a tree.
So the parachute is
and then you're really freaking out, right?
Well, the parachute is only like an emergency recovery parachute in case there was some catastrophic failure on the aircraft that caused it to fall. The parachute's automatically deployed and gracefully brings the aircraft down to the ground.
Okay.
We fly at 200 feet, AGL. This is well above tree lines. Really any obstacle. There's a handful of static obstacles within the operating area that exceed about 150 feet, namely a couple cell towers and I think a radio tower and one
What about when it's trying to land or
the aircraft will never land. It hovers at 200 feet.
When it lowers the device, trees.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So when we install these systems, we use a satellite analysis platform to identify acceptable delivery coordinates. So within this operating area right now, there's about 60,000 acceptable coordinates that are free of tree coverage. Also, we block out water features, rooftops, and other places where we wouldn't want to make the delivery. But we identify specific things like driveways, residential roads, golf courses, public parks, things like that. So,
cost. I hate to be that guy, but there is a cost, right? So the 3.6 square miles in the pilot program, what's the cost?
The cost for Manatee County for the initial pilot program is $1 a month.
Okay. Is there any initial cost?
For this initial program, there is not. It was a collaborative effort between the teams.
Okay.
However, later down the line, if Manatee County would want to expand the coverage areas.
Well, if it's $1 a month, I want to start expanding today.
Well, this is for the pilot program.
Are those get-to-know-you prices? That was my next question, is what is the timeline for expand? I mean, this is going to be it's a pilot program, I get it, and I appreciate it, but it's going to be a popular program. I mean, unless it's like a catastrophic failure, which I don't anticipate, it's going to be popular. And, you all chose this site in Lakewood Ranch for specific reasons based on data, and I appreciate that. We also, in my district, and West Manatee Fire is here, we have tremendous issues with traffic, particularly on the weekends. I'm not saying you don't have traffic out east or in Parish, but particularly on the weekends, things do not move. We've had some sort of catastrophic accidents out on the island, beaches, boating accidents, that sort of thing, where we're having trouble getting, EMS rigs out there and then getting them back into town as well. Even going up and down the island, going north and south is a significant challenge, not just on the weekends, but in season. So I'm sort of making the plea and advocating for my district and for particularly the island to be next on the list is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, understood. One of the great things with working with the Manatee County Public Safety team, especially the team in the Emergency Communications Center, is that they've been training on, so the system is integrated into the actual dispatch software that's used within Manatee County's ECC. And the team has been training on this, using this platform with simulated operations for months at this point. So the great thing about that is that there would be no additional integration or change really required for expansion. It would just be identifying locations, doing installations, and submitting the necessary waivers for the operation. So technically, right now, the ECC is trained to implement these systems, countywide. It would just come down to working with Manatee County Public Safety, the Board of Commissioners, to determine if this is something you'd like to move forward with, and then if so, where these locations should be and what that installation queue should look like.
And the next question, and this might seem sort of rare, but it's not as rare as you might think. What about deploying it out to sea? Because what is your range, 3 miles?
So the system can do about 3.3 miles in range with delivery times of 5 minutes. The challenge with doing operations out over sea sometimes is like identifying the location of the caller is challenging.
It doesn't ping directly to you can't make it so that it goes directly to the cell phone?
It does. I mean, it basically does. The system will have 60,000 predetermined coordinates, and when a 911 call comes in, we use the caller's location to determine which of those predetermined calls is nearest. It would be quite feasible to just follow the exact location of the cell phone if they're offshore.
There's no identified landing site, obviously. That's kind of where I was going with it, is you've got 60,000 identified landing spots and zones, but there would not be one out there. But people have heart attacks on their boats. They really do. People get attacked by sharks. They have catastrophic injuries when they're out on their boats. Tourniquets, defibrillators are needed. You're doing a great thing. I'm not trying to bust your chops. I totally
understand.
These are the challenges in my district, and that's.
I think it would be quite feasible just to geofence around the water areas, and if a caller is within that range, using their precise location instead of a predetermined one.
Right.
Right now, the payload is not waterproof. We purposefully don't drop it into ponds or lakes, but obviously understanding the Manatee River and all the shorelines here, it certainly seems like that would be a great next step for the Manatee County Public Safety team to look at implementing, for sure.
I'm also thinking of challenges like Egmont Key. I'm thinking of Passage Key, and even there's an island called Jewfish Key that is very likely to end up in Manatee County EMS and West Manatee's district and out of Longboat Key's district, and it's only accessible by boat. So
understood. I mean, I think this the great thing about this program, this is. Manatee County really is leading the nation in setting the standards and how operations like these can be implemented.
Sure.
So they're actually the best team nationwide to possibly work with to expand the way that these systems work.
We're thrilled to be working with you all, not just on this. We're very hopeful that we're going to have a helicopter in Manatee County, permanently based in Manatee County, a TGH chopper. We're very excited about that as well, and we hope that's happening sooner than later. So we love our local hospitals, but you guys you're one of the best in the country, and you've been great partners. So we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Turner.
I actually don't have any questions, just some statements. Thank you. It's a great presentation. The two Spitfires at the front of the room there, Jody and Courtney, I have all the faith in the world that we'll be able to get this thing rolling a little faster than normal. Also, they are champions of saving lives, response time being critical, which this is a leading-edge solution for response time. So very excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a few comments as well. I echo a lot of the other commissioners' statements. I cannot wait till you guys start with the drone ambulances, and we're the pilot program for that. I'm in hopes of that. But being a drone pilot, I'm completely in favor of this project. I think it's going to save a lot of lives in the future, and it's an honor to be able to get to be the first ones to be able to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Anything else, team? You guys good? Thank you very much.
Great.
We appreciate partnering with you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Up next is the construction dust reduction program that we are putting in place. Chad, Scott, and Evan are coming up to do the presentation.
Do you want an intro? Good morning, Chad Butso, Public Works. Scott has rehearsed this. We practiced a bit yesterday. I threw a few things at him, made sure he was paying attention. It's a very interesting topic, and it all depends on what perspective you're looking at it from. Staff is bringing you information focused on the concept of heading towards what will make us long-term successful with compliance.
Good morning, Commissioners. Basically wanted to start in, what's the current rule? Well, as the current rule says in the LDC, I highlighted it there, it's upon notification by the county that dust, particle emissions, erosion, and siltation control measures are inadequate, the developer shall immediately cease operation and restore all damaged surfaces and initiate additional measures to correct the adverse impact before commencing further operations. One of the problems that we see in this is that it's saying damaged surfaces. These aren't damaged surfaces. These are areas that are being graded for new homes and everything else in here. So it kind of makes it an area that's hard to enforce this rule while they're not damaging a surface. They're clearing in the temporary condition. And then also it goes on to go through the nuisance condition where it describes the dust and the detriment of what that is for the people and making it where there is defined in the code that we can fine people for those type of issues that are there, but it doesn't really go into controlling the problem that is currently going out here. And as we know, this has been an ongoing problem with the dust issues, and not just in West County, but also in East County and North County. So with that, what is the problem? The dust control is not meeting the current land development code and Manatee County Code of Ordinances. What is the real goal? The goal is achieving success, not just making their best attempt, and managing the dust leaving the site and meeting these codes along the way without stopping work. With that, we have partnered out with the contractors on the development sites and the BIA to get their input on ways that they could see to do improvements of how to do that. And with that, we worked and created some new requirements that we're looking for and implementing. Dust control that we're looking at doing for these requirements, which will be for all future developments and current developments, are windbreak treatments along areas with densities greater than 1 unit per acre, which would be basically where you have a lot of residential and apartments, things like that. As well, we'll get down to it there in a second, the roadways where there's high volumes of traffic. Site clearing of no more than 100 acres at a time without special approval. Discontinuing land alteration activities when the average wind speed is more than 15 miles per hour or gusting at more than 25 miles per hour, and dust is clearly leaving the site. If the cleared area will not be accessed regularly for more than 21 days, it should be temporarily hydroseeded or sodded no later than 14 days after the last disturbance. And the contractor shall submit a dust control plan at the pre-construction meeting or prior to starting any clearing so that we could go through and review and make sure they're putting in the proper implementation techniques. What are windbreak treatments? Well, windbreak treatments are barriers, either natural or constructed, that reduce the velocity of the wind through a site, thereby reducing the number of particles the wind suspends. What are type of windbreak options? Windbreaks can be trees or shrubs that construction staff leave in place during clearing. They can construct barriers such as fences with, wind fence, snow fence, tarp curtains, hay bales, or they can do sediment walls or earthen berms as well. And the other option is deep tillage, which would be basically what you see a lot of farmers do before they do their field, kind of plowing the equivalent. Next. Wind speed limits. Basically, we're requiring them to discontinue all land alteration activities when the average wind speed is more than 15 miles per hour or gusting at more than 25, and dust is clearly leaving the site. So if dust isn't leaving the site, we're not going to force them to stop work and focus on those dust control. They are going to focus on dust control solely when it is leaving the site through means such as watering, mulching, hydrospray, or chemical suppressants. Next. The dust control plan that will be submitted is going to have certain information that we can review. One is detail the equipment to be used for dust control, a phasing plan limiting clearing area to 100 acres or less. 10 to 25 acres is what Hillsborough County's currently adopted, and most of the other communities are anywhere from 10 to about 50 acres. How did we come up with 100 acres on that? That was by looking at what we'd had done in the past and what type of area clearing they were doing, where nearly all the sites were generally phased at 100 acres or less. Sorry, can you go back? Watering application rates to be applied during dry condition. That's basically the cleared areas that are going to be used by heavy equipment will have a different watering rate than areas that are not going to have heavy equipment working on it. Then they also need to define what windbreak treatments will be used along the thoroughfares and areas of density greater than 1 unit per acre. And they need to identify all areas of stockpiling and what they're going to do to control the dust coming off that stockpile. Next. This is an example of a phasing plan for one of the projects that's been submitted. As you can see, the red boundary all the way around is the actual site, and then what they've done is broken into a phased approach. This is one of 3 sheets that they submitted, but I was just giving you an example. This is defining the area they're going to work in, and once they get done, then they would go to the next phase and clear the additional area and then hydroseed and mulch the areas that are there. Next. This is an example of what a dust control plan really entails, where it does get into what type of equipment are they going to have out there, what type of watering equipment, how much water those equipments are going to handle, and all of that. Next. Why are we doing this? Basically, as you could see, this is because of all the dust that are currently going out there. This is the wrong one. Okay. Anyway, so looking out here, there's a few of these where, as you can see, there's dust blowing across the road. I did have one picture that didn't get included in here that showed on Rutland Road where it was actually so bad that you really couldn't even see the construction guy in the road that was managing traffic when it went down to 1 lane. Next. Now, we do have twofold, as I said, future projects and current sites under construction. The current sites under construction, after today's meeting, we are going to give the contractors 2 weeks to submit that dust control plan and for us to review. During that plan, it shall consist of bringing a site down to 100 acres or less, phasing plan to show how they're going to do it for the rest of the project, windbreak treatments along thoroughfares and densities greater than 1 unit per acre, a seeding, sodding plan for areas currently cleared but will be not a part of the current 100 acre, including soil stockpiles, the detailing of the equipment they're going to use, and then the watering application rates for the site. Next. Sites under development review for future projects, as the reason why you're going to see this statement in here is because for the contractors are doing the means and methods of how to do dust control, but for them, the projects that are going to be coming in, it will denote certain requirements that the engineer of record will put on the plans so that the contractor knows how to properly bid the project. Those statements in there would be all site clearing is limited to 100 acres or less at a time. A phasing plan will be submitted by the contractor for approval prior to commencing any work. And then note on all plans, all thoroughfares and densities greater than 1 acre. And then the contractor will need to submit a dust plan control within 2 weeks before a pre-construction meeting or any site clearing is performed. Next. There's basically some general questions that came when we were talking with the contractors and the BIA along the way, and one was, can I clear more than 100 acres? Yes, with special approval from the Deputy County Administrator Development Services, they can clear more than 100 acres, but there will be additional measures of dust control and involvement in that initial process. What is the average wind speed is greater than 15 miles per hour? Does that mean I cannot work? No, the key word is, and dust is clearly visible leaving the site. When it's clearly leaving the site and it's clearly visible, then yes, work must shift solely to dust control until it's brought into compliance and meeting both conditions. And, right. And if they fail to control the dust, sorry, apologize there. If they fail to control the dust, then what are the measures we're going to do? The first one would be a warning. The second one would be the fine as defined in our code of ordinances. And they will, of course, be both forced to stop work until they bring those projects into compliance. And then if there's a third offense, they're going to have to rework a dust control plan that we would have to sign off because it's clearly not working. And they would have to stop work until then, until it's approved. And with that, that's basically it.
Evan?
Yeah, Evan Pilichowski, Deputy County Administrator. I just want to reinforce a couple of points. As Scott mentioned, this has been a known issue for a number of months now. We wanted to make sure that we were really listening to our residents in drafting the control measures, because our focus is control and success, bring the dust under control. So we've had a lot of conversations. Part of the reason it's taken so long for us to get back in front of you, we wanted to meet with the development community. We wanted to meet with the BIA. We wanted to really reinforce what they were going to need to do to control the dust. Now, as Scott presented, there's a lot of different ways. We're not dictating the means and methods of how they need to bring dust under control. We're really dictating that it needs to be done. They need to be working proactively. We don't want to go out there and hit people over the head and say, you failed to control the dust, because then our residents are already suffering. We want to work with them on this dust control plan to make sure that we don't have as many dust complaints as what we've seen out there today. So, thank you.
Thank you. Chad?
Just a piece of clarity in case someone who didn't understand the process that we're presenting today. These items that we discussed today are being proposed to add to the Public Works standards. So they are, by reference, the documents that development adheres to in Manatee County. As such, annually or biannually, they typically, en masse, are approved by the Board of County Commissioners, but they have a provision within them through signatures of the county engineer and myself that technical addendums can be added to them. So as such, the scope of, in general, what we just presented today is what a technical memo would be issued later today or tomorrow, saying these are now our new provisions, the way Scott proposed to implement them. It's not a direct act by the Board of County Commissioners today that we needed, but they would be fine-tuned and reviewed over time when we would bring the next full book of Public Works standards forward to be adopted and not quite codified, but officially board adopted. So today isn't necessarily an action item. This was meant to be a briefing and a discussion if needed into what depth for your questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we had a fairly lengthy talk last week about this, and my main focus was on the last part, which was the enforcement part. The rest of it, like I said, really was almost unnecessary. This has been a big problem, and according to Section 520J, it shouldn't have been. Regardless of how we want to interpret defined or undefined terms like, what was it, surface area or whatever, that's not what it says. It just says all areas involved shall be maintained and prevent dust or debris from blowing or spreading onto adjoining properties. That's in our code now. We just haven't adhered to it. So everything else in this presentation, as we discussed, isn't even really rules per se. They were suggestions for developers and contractors, because the hard stop of this is it should have never happened for this past 12 months, past 6 months, and it did. Because we weren't adhering to our code. So the public's concern here isn't how many acres a developer clears or how many water trucks. All they care about is that there's not dust coming out onto the street, and there's not soot and debris in their pool. I went out to Foxbrook and saw a bunch of their houses, and it's not just residences. You have commercial areas as well. I mean, the racetrack had to spend a lot of money clearing out their bleachers and clearing it up so they can host events because of what's going on Bourneside right there and across 64. Now, this is a problem, but it's not being borne by the people causing the problem because we're not enforcing it. So the real thing that we need to express to the public and give them confidence in is we're actually going to honor this and adhere to this, because right now it just says, if you do it once, we're going to tell you don't do it again. We'll shut you down, but we haven't shut you down previously. You do it again, we'll fine you with an undefined fine. there really needs to be some teeth there. Like, if we go on to Facebook in a week because it's windy that day, and there's one video of this whole presentation is going to fall on deaf ears to the public, because that's the key. It is not what they need to do; it's the enforcement of ensuring that they're not doing it, because there's a lot of people that are spending a lot of money and have had a massive decrease in quality of life. They've got their pool filters destroyed. They can't go out by their pool and enjoy themselves. They can't even drive down the road from a safety issue. This isn't being borne by the contractor. So, this is more of a statement than a question. We need to make sure that we never see more pictures of this. Is it never going to happen? No. Every now and then there's going to be 50-mile-an-hour gusts and something's going to happen, even on a 25 acre. But we're being very lenient on our restrictions. We set it at 100 acres because you met with contractors and BIA, and they said 100 acres is good, but you said Hillsboro's 25. So we're being pretty lenient, but in exchange for that, these developers need to make sure they're doing what they're told, and if they're not, we need to make sure there's real punitive teeth to the enforcement of this, or we need to start pulling these back even further. So, that's where our conversation was, is the enforcement is more important than the method. I don't care how many water trucks they have. They can have 0 water trucks out there if no dust comes off their site. I don't care what they do. They can clear 1,000 acres for all I care if no dust comes off their site. That's my concern, is what's happening, not how they're going to get us to that point. So, more of a statement than anything else.
I think he makes a great point, but Chad and I were driving around looking at some of these issues together, and I think the big thing that was lacking in our rules was some kind of cap on how much land that they could clear. That seemed to be the big thing, because no matter how much water they had, like on Bourne side, I don't know how many acres, maybe you guys know, how extreme is the clearing now without that cap? 100 acres is going to be a whole lot smaller than what's going on right now, right?
Sure. You are correct. Right now, there are 2 developments out on Bourne side. They're equivalent to about 1,100 acres total. With this 100 acres, it would be at 100 acres on each of those 2 different properties.
So it's cleared at 1,100 acres right now is what I saw.
Correct.
Yeah. So then it just becomes like a scene out of Dune, right? The wind comes up, and so I think that in my mind, the bigger solution here is not how to mitigate it afterwards, but reduce if we're reducing, that's significant compared with what we've been doing. That rule, in my mind, will make the biggest difference. Just a statement, thanks.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like I said, if you can clear it and not cause the dust, then good on you. Someone may clear more. We have the right here for the deputy to approve more. But to your point, a lot of these large developments aren't one development. They're cleared, and there's 5 developments. Now they all get 100. Now it's 500 acres clear because it's 5 different subdivisions, 5 different contractors out there. Again, all I care about is not having the dust come out onto the street for the safety hazard, not getting into our commercial areas, not getting into our residential areas from a quality of life standard. If they do that, I don't care what they do. Again, these are more suggestions for their benefit. If they knew that we were actually going to enforce this, they would have done this by themselves. They know they can't clear 1,100 acres and keep the dust there. They did it because they knew we weren't going to enforce it. If we were actually enforcing it, they would have voluntarily started clearing 100 acres or 50 acres or 25 acres, because they wouldn't want the fines. They wouldn't want the red tags. They wouldn't want to get shut down, which is cost prohibitive to them to do so. They would have been doing this on their own accord without us forcing them to do it. This is government regulations and overreach that isn't necessary as long as we're enforcing the code that was already on the book.
I'd like to make it clear, in my opinion, there's no way to mitigate the dust, the dirt, when those large pieces are cleared. So, what I saw, they had sprinklers going, trucks with water, everything else. It didn't put a dent in it. So I commend you guys on changing the rule to the 100 acres and at least putting a cap there. I think that's the solution. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. A couple quick things. Have we ever experienced this before in past development history of Manatee County? We're in a drought right now.
I couldn't answer that as far as, past 10 years ago, but we have not really. And one of the slides I had there that I wasn't included today showed that we were about 18 inches lower in rainfall than what we had been over the years. And the last time we were that low on rainfall was clear back in 2000, so almost 24 years ago. And so that is one of the problems that are out there, as well as the size of the clearing is increased from what was done in the past.
Okay, so basically, it's the size of the clearing is due to the larger projects that have come online, and they're out there clearing them. I mean, Commissioner Van Alstenbridge and I experienced this firsthand when they Lake Flores crept up and you know, Cortez was basically covered, and we understand that. So I'm just trying to get an idea of, you know, not only is it that we're clearing more land, which you guys are now capping, but it has been a weather condition that's also created a lot of this too. If you go out even further east, you see the agriculture is doing the same thing. They're creating dust storms out there too. So I do appreciate the 100 acres and what you guys are trying to do. I do believe that we do need to make sure that we're out there enforcing every day. And, you know, this is, like Commissioner Cruz said, I mean, citizens have been greatly impacted by this. No one's experienced this before, so it's been kind of a shocker to all of us that this is happening. But we do got to make sure we protect our citizens that are around these developments, and to make sure that they are adhering to what you guys are putting in place and what you guys are proposing to do, and to make sure that we don't have these issues creep up. We can't mitigate everything. There might be a little bit, but that could still happen or whatever. But we do need to make sure that we are out there doing what we need to do every day. So thank you, guys. Commissioner Turner, you were back up again. Are you still up? Okay. Commissioner Van Alstenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make two quick points. One is that, to Commissioner Cruz's comment, we did red tag Lake Flores specifically, which is in my district, 3 times, actually. They were red tagged. And so that's really the punitive measure that can be taken, right? If we put in a fine of $5,000 a day, that's really nothing in the grand scheme of things. Lake Flores guy, you know, in the screaming matches that we had on the phone, told me that it's $75,000 a day in equipment rental. And so when the equipment is not moving, right, he's burning through cash of that just sitting there. And so that's the punitive action that can be taken, is to red tag them. So just want to be clear. I mean, we can put a bigger fine or a fine or whatever, but really where you get them is you red tag them. It costs them time, and that was just equipment rental plus, you know, labor that's not performing for them either. So anyway, I just want to make that clear. And the other thing I want to make clear was that the Division of Forestry regulates burning, because there's been a lot. We were very upset about the burn piles out there as well because of the direction the wind was blowing, and that is regular. It's not even regular. I called fire districts and yell at them, and they're like, call the Division of Forestry. It's not us. We'll put it out if it gets out of control. So, and I don't know what we can do about that. I guess that's state preemption, and our hands are sort of tied on that. I don't know if anybody can speak to that.
We can certainly look into that. I'm not sure about what sort of action we could take, and we can circle back with the county attorney's office to look at what action we might be able to take on smoke.
Real quick, Evan, do we know that the Department of Forestry, they have such controls in place too? They should, right? When they issue a burn permit, they should have control. That's not, you know, ash is not going to blow across the street and all that kind of stuff. Or do we even know? Do we even know what they do?
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
I can't answer that. I think
I mean,
Charlie Hunsicker, Director of Natural Resources, may have more information. We can circle back with him.
Can we get with the Department of Forestry and find out what their guidelines are and what their implementation is when they're issuing a burn permit?
Absolutely.
You know, so that the citizens aren't getting all that too. I understand we can't control it. We have no jurisdiction over them and their Department of Forestry, but I want someone to at least know what their guidelines are that they're supposed to adhere to. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? This is a non-actionable item. This is just more information. So appreciate you guys being here, and thanks for taking this issue and moving it forward for us. Thank you very much. All right, what I'd like to do now is I'd like to take we usually take a 10:30 break. I'm going to take a 10:38 break to, let's say, 10:50, so everyone can get up, move around, use the restroom as needed, and then we'll get into our public comment section of the agenda. We're in recess till 10:50. Please be quiet. We're going to get ready to go here in a second. So I get another commissioner up here. Oh, I got one. All right. Now we have 4. All right. I'd like to bring back our meeting, continuation with our Board of County Commissioners meeting for today. What we're going to do is we're going to jump around a little bit ahead, jump something ahead. We have a lot of staff in the room today, and they're so anxious to get back to work. So what we're going to do is move to item 81, and appointment of Kate Barrett as Director of Human Resources, County Administrator. Kate Barnett, sorry. I was looking at Barrett.
Good morning, Mr. Bishop, Mr. DiCarlo, County Commissioners, Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator for the record. I have had the pleasure of working with Ms. Barnett in an interim capacity, and it's definitely past due to ask for her appointment in a permanent role as the Human Resources Director. So I wanted to provide a little bit of background here as Kate's joined by her family, so her husband and her children. Kate's been with Manatee County for 3 years. She actually started as a temp employee working as a staffing lead for the COVID-19 project. She onboarded me in January of 22 as a temp employee and working in the Development Services Department. So I had the honor of working with her, and she was the first person I actually talked to at the county. In her short time, she was assigned as Human Resources Support in 2 departments, which led to her being hired as full-time Talent Acquisition Specialist. Soon thereafter, she was promoted to Employee Services Manager and has served the past 10 months as Interim Director of Human Resources. I can't even believe it's been 10 months, but it has. Even though her time has been short with Manatee County, Ms. Barnett has made an impact on those she serves. She is committed to continuous improvement and aligning HR initiatives to maximize employee engagement, productivity, and retention. Before joining Manatee County government, she spent 8 years building a business which grew to gross annual sales of $750,000 within the first 3 years of business. She made an impact in the downtown district of Wheaton, Illinois, and was awarded Business of the Year and recognized for community outreach initiatives. She's currently pursuing her Juris Masters from Florida State University, and as you can see, everyone at the county absolutely adores her. She's joined by directors and her staff and tons of people who just adore you, Kate, and you just made such an impact on everyone here. So this is for you for serving in an interim role for 10 months, and yeah.
I just want to say thank you so much, Kate Barnett, Human Resources Director now. Thank you. Interim has been 10 months. It's been truly an honor. I have had the pleasure of not only working with you all individually, but also the people behind me. As much as I support them, they support me even more, and truly without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. They are a blessing, and they truly honor ACE and serving the county and employees. My family is here today. Dave, he may not look like a cheerleader, but he certainly is my greatest cheerleader, not only to me, but to our children. James, he is a sophomore at Palmetto High School, and Hope is a first grade at Harvey Elementary. And without them, again, I wouldn't be standing here. They truly do support all of my efforts, and just a pleasure. Thank you so much for this honor. It is a privilege.
Thank you, Kate. Up on the board, I got some commissioners already say something. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kate, appreciate you. I've worked with you quite a bit on some things, and county going through a difficult, at times, transition. Maybe some people feel like a scary transition at times with HR. You have held, been at the wheel and led them through rough water and done a great job. And I'm super appreciative of that. You've been a real team player, and as the board has given certain direction on things regarding HR, you have been right there, steadfast, great employee, and a great service, not just to this board and this county, but to the residents, but to the employees of the county as well. And I want to just thank you so much. You've done a great job. This is well deserved.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, sir. Kate, thank you so much. Every time I call you, you're just like right there, no matter what day or night. I'm sorry I take some time away from your family in the evenings, but I appreciate you so much, and it's just a great honor to have you now the director of HR. You do a wonderful job. You're always available, answer questions, and I'm probably not the easiest, probably an HR nightmare a little bit of, but I do appreciate everything you do for us and how you guide our HR department, and the employees look up to you. And thank you so much for continuing and doing what you do. And we're looking forward to more stuff from you. So thank you. We appreciate you. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'll say this. When this came up on the agenda, I even said it in my brief. I'm like, I honestly didn't even realize you were still the interim. Like, how is this still the case? I mean, you've done an amazing job, and you probably deserved to move up a long time ago, and I'm glad it finally happened. And keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I mirror exactly what George says, but I believe your husband is actually a really good cheerleader. It's just that his arms are too big to do this, and he injured himself.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ballard.
Kate, thank you for all the work you do. Congratulations on this. It's well-deserved and a long time coming. I did just want to mention that you probably couldn't see this because you're standing in the front, but I think every county employee stood up and gave you a standing ovation. So that really says a lot about the respect that everyone at the county has for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kate, you've just been awesome, amazing, and really led the charge in regards to taking charge, and that's what we needed, and you've done that, and I just appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we need a motion to, and there is a motion been made. So the motion's been made by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, seconded by myself, to appointment of Kate Barnett as Director of Human Resources. You can cast your votes now. And you're very lucky. It carried 6-0. Congratulations. I know you're sweating it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're officially it.
Thank you.
Now, get back to work and make us look good.
We're ready.
All right. Now we're getting back on track on our agenda. Coming up next is citizen comment, and we allow public comment for a total of 30 minutes, and each person gets 3 minutes to speak. We have a speaker's list, and I will start with the first person on that list. Remember, please state your name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. The clock will let you know when you've gone beyond your 3 minutes. And thank you very much. First up is Pat Simmons. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Pat Simmons, Manatee County. 3 things. First of all, I'll put out the challenge to you that I put out to the MPOs last meeting, and that is walk a mile in my throat or rent a wheelchair and try and maneuver your way around this building or your community. Try and maneuver yourself with the walker up and down 41 highway. Go out with a buddy and blindfold each other and see how far you can get around your community. Take a signing class. Do something to help you understand what it's like to have a disability in this county. Second of all, the computers out there that you sign up to speak are almost impossible to use. I couldn't get my finger calm enough to click on the drop-down buttons, but I think if they were made bigger, that would make it a lot simpler for me and others to use. The third thing is with the proclamation for Arbor Day, trees do give off oxygen, or give off oxygen. If you're clearing 1,000 acres, it was just Earth Day. You gave proclamations on Arbor Day. Cutting down trees is not the solution. And yes, it does matter what they do. That's all. But thank you for listening, and really seriously, if you don't do anything else, go to a VA hospital and see the veterans that are having to do their physical therapy, speech, language, OT. Find out how we feel. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We always appreciate you being here, ma'am. Next up to speak is Gabriela Aguilera. Ma'am, please state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Gabby, Manatee County. Hello, my name is Gabby, and I'm a member of the Palmetto Manatee County community. I'm here today to speak about the tragic and unnecessary death of Briante Johnson Davis. I didn't know Briante, and I did not know his family before I learned his story. I'm here because even though I didn't know him, he was part of my community. I'm also here because in his story, I see parts of myself and parts of people I do know. And I think if everyone were to learn his story, you would all see parts of yourself there too. Because every one of us knows the depths that struggling with our mental health can take us to, whether that be our own experience or through the experience of someone we care about. The Palmetto police have released dash cam and body cam footage of what they did to Briante that night. There are many horrible parts of those videos, but one part that stuck with me was after they had tased and handcuffed Briante. The officers and EMTs stood around him laughing and chatting while he laid on the pavement face down in front of them. They don't notice after he goes silent, and it is not until one officer happens to see he isn't breathing and says, "Does he have a pulse?" that everyone jumps into a panic of action that ultimately does not end up saving his life. Chief Tyler did not suspend these officers while Briante's death was being investigated. He said this was because he reviewed these videos and decided that his officers did nothing wrong. This is another reason we are here today, because to watch those videos and see the level of negligence and dehumanization those officers showed while Briante stopped breathing in front of them and then claimed they did nothing wrong necessitates a level of disregard for human life that renders their claims to serve and protect absolutely hollow. That night, Briante lost his life. His family lost a whole soul, a son, a father, and a brother. And this community lost any sense of trust it had in this police force, because we learned that if they do not deem our humanity important enough, they don't have to shoot us to kill us. They can do it with their jokes too. This is why we as a community are calling for the implementation of a call program in Manatee County like that in St. Pete and newly established in Tampa. The Community Assistance and Life Liaison Program in St. Pete aims to reduce police involvement in nonviolent calls and reduce repeat calls by providing long-term support. As a commenter at a previous Palmetto City Council meeting said, if the police had not done their jobs that day, Briante would still be alive. A program such as the call program would mean that calling for help during a mental health crisis would not be a potential death sentence. It would mean that community members could depend on people showing up to answer their calls without fearing for their lives. So we demand better. We demand responders who value everyone's humanity, and we demand a better system for the future of mental health in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Jamar Edwards. Sir, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Jameer Edwards, Bradenton.
Hold on. We need to start she started your thing as soon as your name was called, so we got to start your 3 minutes over.
We'll give you your 3 minutes. There you go. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you to those who are allowing me to make this public comment. My name is Jameer Edwards, and I reside in the Bradenton County, and I work as an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The killing of Briante Davis was yet another tragic situation that occurs when police, those who say they protect and serve, get involved as an emergency response to de-escalate a situation. When Briante was already apprehended by multiple officers, a fourth one came. He was already in handcuffs and was a threat to nobody when the last man tasered him with disgusting glee, as we know from the body cam footage that is available to us. These killers are still working in the streets among us. Justice has been far from served, as these officers haven't even been placed on administrative leave, facing absolutely no consequences for killing an innocent man who simply needed help. One of the scariest parts of knowing this terrible tragedy was that not only do I know this could happen to anyone, it could have easily happened to me. I went through a similar mental and medical emergency, and the police were called to get involved. Real human lives in emergencies should not be in the hands of cops, in the hands of killers who are essentially free from investigation. Those who want justice and demand that the call, community assistance, and life liaison program, or something similar be implemented throughout Manatee County. Emergency dispatchers working with service workers who live to truly protect citizens when they are facing mental health crises, suicide interventions, homeless complaints, and many more systemic ailments caused by a current system that we are in as a society. A call program would reduce police involvement in non-criminal and non-violent calls for service, reduce the funds given to killer cops. Briante was suffering from 2 episodes, a paranoid mental health emergency, and he needed medical attention. Perhaps with a program such as the one listed in our demands, his untimely death could have been prevented. We seek justice and accountability for these cops, and justice for Briante Johnson Davis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Mandy Langworth. Please state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's Mandy Langworthy. I'm with Voices of Florida in Sarasota, Manatee County. My brother was my best friend, and he was also schizophrenic. Sometimes he was on his meds, and sometimes he wasn't. He would get lost following his imaginary friends, or at least that's what my mom called them. He wasn't violent, quite the opposite, but because of his size and the stigma of his condition, he was never treated well when he had to call the police and we had to ask for their help. It's these types of calls that most police, who are not required to complete any mental health training, are not equipped to handle. That's why the St. Pete Police Department recognized that in 2020, and the department decided to redirect and invest funds in a new initiative called the CALL program. Too many, like my brother, and like the people who have spoken before, Briante Johnson Davis, have suffered at the hands of police. Battered, beaten, bruised, and then abused. Abused by a system that would rather criminalize people than help them. Abused by the people who are supposed to protect and serve them. The Community Assistance and Life Liaison Program is similar to what a number of cities have rolled out in the last few years. These cities include Denver, Rochester, and Portland, to name a few outside of our own St. Pete. Many calls that come through 911 don't actually demand a police response, and police responses can often worsen or escalate these situations. The St. Pete Call team has been featured in national research for their exceptional results. One resource is a toolkit from the Vera Institute, and is basically a way to provide information for other municipalities to replicate a program like the Call program. According to the data provided by the St. Pete Police Department, suicide calls went up 60% in 2021, but when they installed the Call program, they saw a 17% decrease in suicides from the previous year. Call teams cover 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and outside those hours, they also have a 24/7 call line that clients can use anytime. It provides follow-up services as needed and other resources or referrals. The fact is, we need resources to go towards a program like this at county and/or state level, and data shows that many states are falling behind in answering calls for the National Suicide Lifeline. About 25% in Florida are going unanswered alone. In this long run, we would greatly see you save money, save your constituents' lives, and take the strain off of national resources. My brother had his life cut short because he couldn't find the supports he needed. Don't let tragedies like the death of Briante continue to be the norm. This is a chance to make a lasting positive impact on our community for generations to come.
Thank you for your comments, and we're sorry for the loss of your brother. Appreciate you. Next up is Mike Meehan. There he is. Morning, sir. You know the rules.
Someone bring this up. Good. Great. Thanks. My name is Mike Meehan, Manatee County citizen. My comments are directed toward the finances, income, and balance sheet for Manatee County. All of these numbers are taken from the comprehensive annual financial report for 2023. I did not make these numbers up. These are the numbers as presented by the clerk's office annually. The first thing you notice about the CAFR report for 2023 are the huge surpluses that have been generated, not just over the last couple of years, but over the last several years. Surplus in 2023 was $294 million. That's revenues less expense, with a surplus of $294 million. That's approximately 86.4% of the property taxes collected in fiscal '23. Going back another year, the surplus was $281.4 million. That was 95% of the property taxes collected. As a result, unrestricted cash in 2017 has increased from $397.4 million to $843.3 million. This is over Florida statute 129.01 C1, C1, and C2 by $535 million. According to the statute, you should be holding reserves of roughly $307.7 million, but instead the number is $843 million. I'm suggesting a solution which looks at the total of the last 5 years. The total surplus of the last 5 years is $1.058 billion. Take the average of that, you have a 5-year average surplus of $211 million. And then take 50% of that surplus, of that 5-year average surplus, you come up with a number of $105.8 million, which you can apply toward property taxes for fiscal '25. If you were to do that, you would reduce the property taxes for fiscal '25 by approximately 30%. And this would be a boon to the residents of Manatee County who are currently experiencing, at least me personally, I experienced an 80% increase in my property insurance over the last 3 years. And in doing so, you're still going to maintain a solid balance sheet, and I'd recommend that you continue this process until you bring the unrestricted cash down to Florida statute. One other aspect of these large surpluses sitting on the balance sheet is that this is money that's been removed from Manatee County's economy. It's no longer circulating within the economy, and it's just sitting in a money market fund. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Ms. Betty Rhodes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Betty Sales Rose. And what I'm here, yes, thank you. What I'm here for is this, you know, the governor of Florida passed this voucher, swimming voucher. So I hope you all take in consideration for ages 4 and under to take swimming lessons. So I hope you all think about Lincoln Park over there for kids 4 and under learn how to swim and everything, because he passed that program voucher. Is available, so I hope the county take it up and do something about it. Next is over where Lincoln Park at is Silver Oaks, where Holmes is over there. Right along there in the back, I call it a pond, but you all may say it's a ditch. It haven't been cleaned out for years, going around the subdivision. So you all need to take care of that. You need to have someone to go out and inspect where it haven't been cleaned, and you all used to clean it, but you all don't stop. The county have stopped. And next on my list is, I hate to come across to the Soda Bridge and I look over towards Lincoln Park. Why is the pool being pounded up? We don't live in a ghetto area. They don't need no pounding around that gate. Let it be like Newtown Pool, let it be like GT Break. Let it stay open. You got panels going all the way around when you all close up. It shouldn't happen. That pool should be there for people coming across that bridge to look at it and know it's Lincoln Park Pool. And this is the last thing. I was listening at them coming over by Beyonce Davis. I know you all don't had like drums gonna be done and everything. The station gonna be at Lakewood Rent, but I think our paramedics here, EMS, needs some more training, because I did listen. It was everybody on YouTube. I did listen at when that happened to Beyonce. If you're a paramedic, you come to the scene, you supposed to aid this person, not over there talking to the police or anything. But when you all saw that he wasn't responding, it was too late. You going over there to try to tend to him. So I know I see some paramedics here, but they really need to get them more training, because I don't think they have the training. And another thing, a lot of our paramedics do not know in the black community what area to go when it is a call out. And I get sick or tired of hearing when you call 911, what the emergency, and you tell them the emergency, but they're going to keep you on, and you got an emergency there at the house before they come out. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Next up is Ms. Tracy Washington. Please state your name, county residence. Ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Tracy Washington, Manatee County. A lot of you know me from my different roles in the community. The president and founder of the Minnesota Reentry Project, and I'm your second vice president of your Manatee branch NAACP. But today, I don't stand here in any of those roles. I stand here as a mother. I am the mother of Briante Johnson Davis. And today, one minute. I stand here as Briante's voice today. Jesus.
Take your time, ma'am. We'll give you extra time.
I can't do this. One of the things that I'm asking from the county commission today, because on November the 1st, I was given a life sentence followed by no possibility of parole, because I'll never get to see my child again, just memories and pictures. But I stand before you today to ask you to look into the program that everybody is talking about. It is the Community Assistance Liaison Program, and it has been launched in St. Petersburg, and I just got a call last week. They did an interview with me in Tampa because they implemented the program there. So we're like the only ones that haven't launched the program. What this program would do and what the goals are for the program, it would reduce police involvement in non-criminal and non-violent calls for service. It would reduce repeat calls for services to police from the same person by providing support and long-term service connections. It would provide a more compassionate approach to the community, and it would free our officers. It would also save a life. If this program was implemented in here in Manatee County, I feel as if though Briante would still be alive today. So I just asked the commission to please consider bringing the call program to our county. We not only need it citywide, but we need it countywide because it's needed all over. It's needed all across the nation, really. But I just ask that we start with our community here in Manatee County. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today, and we are truly sorry for your loss of your son. Any loss of life is horrible, and especially when you lose a child. So we're deeply saddened by that. But thank you for being here today. Next up is Ms. Helen, is it Back? Good morning, ma'am. You can state your name and county residence, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah, can you pull the microphone down? Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Helen Back. I'm with Voices of Florida. I live in Manatee County. I'm here asking the board to implement the CALL program in Manatee as soon as humanly possible. As we've stated before, CALL stands for Community Assistance and Life Liaison. The CALL program improves response to mental illness, poverty, substance abuse and addiction, suicide intervention, truancy, homeless complaints, and neighborhood disputes. The City of St. Pete implemented the CALL program in 2021 and has gained nationwide recognition for their successes. CALL has been used more than 11,000 times since 2021. Every year they request more funding. They receive it because of the improvements that they have made to the City of St. Pete. Megan McGee is with the St. Pete Police Administrative Services Bureau, and she helped spearhead the program. Please contact her and let her be part of implementing this program. She's got all of the knowledge. She's still there. She still is requesting funding, and she still gets it. She gets results, so please, she's just right across the bridge. Currently, Manatee gives all of their budget in behavioral health, mental health to Centerstone. And I believe you, Manatee County Commissioners, have the power to work with the county budget and expand Centerstone services to include the CALL program. I also want to echo what the first speaker said. As a disabled person, I live in Manatee County. I live on disability. It is very hard to get here. We held a rally outside here for justice for Briante because we have still not sought justice for him. I saw everyone try to go up the steps, get confused, and then they had to go all the way around the building to get to where the door is. It is insanely difficult to get inside this building. Also, your building garage is condemned. The last time I was here, y'all were talking about whether you were going to implode it, explode it, how you're going to get people around. I don't know how you're charging for parking in a condemned spot. You need to make this place accessible. We have a lot of disabled people. We have a lot of senior citizens. We need to talk to you. We need to get very comfortable talking to you. We have a lot of issues to bring to your table. So please make it accessible. Don't waste our time. Don't make us sit up here all day. Please make us a part of the community. Help us help you. Thank you. Also, justice for Briante. The investigation is still going on. Mike Ron, we did see the email that you wrote, and it was absolutely incorrect. The investigation is still going on. We need to hear from the EMS what exactly they said. Why are we joking about a person who is talking about how they can't breathe? Why is someone unconscious?
Ma'am, thank you for your comments.
Justice for Briante.
Yes, ma'am, appreciate it. Thank you. We have, there's no one left on the request to speak. We have 2 more speakers allowed. If there's anyone that would like to come forward and speak, you have 3 minutes. I only get 2, so come forward. And you have 3 minutes. State your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, guys. My name is Sarah Parker, and my residence is Sarasota County. I'm the executive director of Voices of Florida Fund, which is also formerly known as Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. I first want to commend Commissioner Ballard as a mother. This is beautiful what you're doing, and I do have mad respect for that. With that being said, I kind of scratched my speech, and I want to talk about something that happened to me. When I was 14 years old, my mom's car hit a culvert. She flipped 6 times. Within that, she went into a coma for 6 months. That was my first year of high school. I watched my mother die. I watched her leg be turned backwards, and it obviously had an impact on me. I was kicked out later on when I was 16. I'm standing here before you because when I moved to Florida, I was going to college, I was trying my best, and I got suicidal again. I wanted to kill myself. This was not the first time I attempted suicide. My friends called 911. When the cop got there, they told me to buck it up, to get over it, and put me in the back of a police car and drove me to Coastal. That did not help me. That does not help anyone that is facing a mental health crisis. That is still something that haunts me, that my brain blocked out until I was here. It's him telling me to buck it up and suck it up. That was brutal. I'm demanding the call program because every last one of you guys I've heard talk about mental health, talk about veterans, talk about drug addiction. This would actually help. This is also fiscally conservative. If you really think about it, moving that money around and how many, Chief Tyler also pointed out very poignantly that he did not send his officers on administrative leave because he couldn't afford to. He couldn't afford to lose officers out into the community. Then this would allow for people to, having social workers work with them side by side would allow for officers, like Ms. Tracy said, to focus on things like rape and murder and robbery. There is a possible route to this. And if you take politics out of this, if you take my face and put someone else's face here, you might listen. If this was a veteran, you would probably listen. There's a route. Y'all spend $400,000 on your HR consulting. There's a route. You know that there's a route. I reached out to all of you before I even came here because I didn't want to waste my time and I didn't want to waste yours, and none of you responded. I'm asking you guys to consider letting us have a presentation, take a moment, and have a conversation with me. I have now, since I've been working since the beginning of this here, worked with conservatives and Republicans to do things such as the Manatee County statue. We can work together as a community on some issues. And sometimes we gotta take the politics out of it because the community, mental health, drug addiction, the addiction doesn't care about, or your mental health does not care about if you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're a Libertarian, or you're an NPA. They don't care what color, the mental health and addiction does not care what color you are. It impacts all of us, and there needs to be a solution. And none of the solutions that you guys have presented have helped. This can actually help, so please consider implementing the call program and justice for Breonna Johnson Davis.
Thank you, ma'am. We can have one more speaker, and we've reached our 30-minute time limit. Ma'am, please state your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, my name is Ruth Beltran. I am a community organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation and with Answers Suncoast, and I live in Manatee County. I am here to tell you a little bit more about the call program, which everybody already mentioned. According to a USF study, from the beginning of May of 2021 to mid-February of 2022, the call program in St. Pete responded to 57% of nonviolent and non-criminal calls, and most calls were actually mental health related. This program has been so successful and exceeding expectations that in August of 2023, the St. Petersburg City Council voted to expand the call program to hire more workers and increase hours. The expansion also aimed to improve these referral and clinical services to help those needing continued mental health services. Police and law enforcement are not trained, nor are they equipped to deal with mental health crises, and this was very evident in the affidavit of the killer cops in Palmetto that was published by the Palmetto Police Department. All 5 officers acknowledged that Breonna was mentally incapacitated at the time of the encounter. However, this fact did not affect their actions. After seeing that Breonna was in a mental health crisis and mentally incapacitated, the killer cops never changed their approach. They considered his actions to be non-compliant and proceeded to tase him after he was already apprehended, and Breonna went into cardiac arrest and passed away. And this is something that we repeatedly see, is that police officers actually consider people that are in a mental health crisis or even using drugs, consider them non-compliant and apply the only thing that they can apply, which is, violent training. Because of the call program will connect people to the necessary resources based on their individual needs. The program will automatically reduce the number of people that are booked into the jail and prevent situations like the one we had in January, where a 62-year-old man passed away right here in the county jail, where he was so-called detoxing in what's called the mental wing of the jail. Detoxing does not belong inside of a jail. It belongs in a medical facility. And I bet you that if he had been at a hospital, his death could have also been prevented. We know that over 1,193 people are arrested for drug-related charges here in Manatee County just in 2022, and the majority of them are actually arrested because they use drugs. And what they need during that time is actually medical care and detox and rehabilitation programs and not jail time. So please do the right thing and implement the CALL program, and I hope you truly implement it before the odd, drone situation that was discussed here at the county commission earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. All right, that closes public comment. On the board, we have a couple of commissioners. Myself is on the board. Real quick, to address Ms. Simmons' issues, the MPO and FDOT and along with us, are doing the sidewalks along US 41. That process is beginning to, when you deal with a bunch of different governments, us, FDOT, there's a lot of things that go on, but that is moving forward. County Administrator, can we make sure that the sign-in laptops up there are for sight disabled and?
We thank you, sir, for the comments. Carmine D'Amelio, our ADA compliance officers in the back of the room, him and Drew Richardson are already working on it.
Okay.
In conjunction with Nicole Knapp.
All right, thank you very much. Real quick, I do like the idea. I don't know if Molly's here or someone from Parks and or Sports and Leisure. If we have some vouchers that we can use for swimming, I would like to make sure that those are out there and we get these kids swimming lessons. And
Jody Fisk and I are already communicating. She's already looking at the program with Chet.
all right, thank you very much. And that's all I have right now. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard.
So I wanted to address Ms. Washington, but it looks like she's already walked out. I had the opportunity to talk to her when Briante was still in the hospital before he passed away, and just convey, how sorry I was for his death. And I also wanted to highlight some of the things that we are doing in Manatee County that can assist people who are having mental health crises or dealing with other issues like drug addiction. So, for example, we do have our community paramedicine program, which responds to folks who are regularly utilizing our 911 system. So they respond to people who are using that system and basically provide them set them up with services and with programs that they need to help them so that they're not using emergency services. I had the opportunity to spend a day with them, to go along with them, and just the compassion that they show for people who, are potentially having mental health crises is really amazing. And there was a lady that they were working with, who they'd been working with for months, trying to get her set up with regular health care that she needed, as well as medical equipment that she needed, so that she was not calling 911, because I think previously she'd been calling 911. It was like 21 times in a month due to health issues and mental health issues, and just the efforts that they take throughout our community to make sure that people are getting what they need is really great. And so I think that what we're doing is kind of similar to that community assistance liaison program. I would be open to looking more into what St. Pete is doing and seeing about expanding what we have. I will also add that we have our HOT team at the sheriff's, which is our homeless outreach team. I've had the opportunity to go out with them a couple of times as well. They have deputies who are dedicated to outreach with homeless individuals. They get to know those individuals. They truly care for those individuals, and it's not about punishing someone for being on the street or for being addicted. They try to get them help, and they do have social workers that work with those folks as well. So I would just encourage the folks who spoke today to look into those programs that we do have, because they are excellent and they're truly compassionate, doing really great work, and I would be open to expanding further.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Van Ossenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a tragedy what happened, and it's awful to have to sit up here and hear these words from a mother who lost her child. My heart goes out to that family. Very sorry about what happened. That said, Mr. Chairman, I am not pleased with the way you have conducted public comment up to this point. Police officers who serve this community, police officers who are put in no-win situations, along with paramedics, are wrongly and baselessly disparaged and called killer cops at the podium, and you allowed it to continue throughout the meeting. This board is better than that. We talk about disparaging staff, disparaging people in the audience, disparaging commissioners. It says civility on the plaque that sits in front of you, sir. That is not civility. It should not have been tolerated. This board is better than that. EMS is placed in impossible, Manatee County EMS, Palmetto PD, MSO, they're placed in impossible situations every day. Every day there's a potential that they are going to deal with death. And they suit up, and they leave their families, and they walk out there to do their best for their community. And fire as well, fire is here. I don't want to leave you all out. They leave their families, and they go out to serve and protect this county every single day, and they do their best. And all of those officers in EMS, FDLE investigated, reviewed the video, all of them were cleared. I feel for folks who came in here and spoke today, but significant facts were left out of their statements, including a toxicology report, including the fact that this gentleman was alive when he left our EMS care and died hours later at Manatee Memorial. It's a shame that he died, but you don't get to then come up here and take a tragedy and use it as part of, we know, is a much larger movement to attack police and to attack first responders. That said, in reference to the call line, this county does fund Centerstone. We do send them significant amounts of money, and Centerstone has something called a Mobile Crisis Intervention Service, MCIS. The Mobile Crisis Intervention Service provides timely and effective individual and family mental health intervention to anyone ages 6 and up in crisis who lives in Manatee and DeSoto counties. They assist agencies including law enforcement, schools, and institutions by responding physically to locations or over the phone when a crisis is occurring to help de-escalate the situation. This is 365, 24/7. The phone number, if anyone's curious, is 941-720-5014. 911 will also dispatch them. When you call, suicide threats, ideas of suicide are surfacing, you're having thoughts of suicide, psychotic symptoms, hallucinations, delusions, bizarre thinking, or behavior occur. These are the times when you should be calling them, or when 911 will dispatch them. Behavior at school, work, home, all those things can be reported to them. Severe depression, especially when associated with marked changes in sleep, appetite, energy level. People often call 911 and they're dispatched when someone is in the process of attempting suicide or thinking of suicide or homicide. Someone is intoxicated or under the influence of drugs and is threatening to hurt others or themselves. Someone is engaged in domestic violence, or if there's another medical emergency. So a very similar program does exist. It is funded by this county, and it is run through Centerstone. So I appreciate everyone bringing that to our attention. Luckily, we do have something like that already exists in Manatee County. Medics, our EMS know about it, our fire know about it, our police officers and our sheriff's department know about it as well. Going forward, Mr. Chair, I am requesting that you do not allow anyone to disparage law enforcement or any first responder in this chamber, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I take your comments, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioner Cruz.
This is more of a interactive question. How many people here in the room, this is entirely unrelated, everyone's looking excited. How many people in this room were here for the sole purpose of having public comment for the dust mitigation? All right, because it was a presentation, not an action. I actually almost made a motion to, I actually almost, well, I'll just say, I almost made a motion just to create an action, because these people have waited in some cases a year, and certainly since the last motion to start this, 6 months, just for their 3 minutes to have a conversation. They can't comment on our social media. They've been patiently waiting for some sort of action by this board. I assumed they were going to be able to do it during future agenda. In fact, I talked to one of them during the recess, and he said he was just going to patiently wait for future agenda. But unfortunately, that time ran out, and we have a number of other items that are coming up. We're coming back after lunch, but that's a long time for people to have to wait after waiting 6 months. So I would request, since we only have 20 minutes until lunch, and there were 6 hands up there, that rather than just get through a couple of quick little resolutions and vacating, we allow public comment for that item number 3, so these people can go on with their day after spending the entire morning listening to proclamations, so that we can then come back after lunch and finish our business.
County Attorney, is that, I know we have opportunity for public comment after we get through most of the regular meeting, which is pretty quick, but is this something we could bring up now, or is it a vote of the board, or is it just?
Mr. Chairman, it would be my recommendation by vote of the board that if it's the board's pleasure to allow those folks to speak, so that they can do that now and then, be able to leave here, that the board take a vote on that.
If we want to break at noon for lunch, but staff needs to go also, then that gives us 3 minutes. It gives us about 5 people.
I would say, because the fire is going to take time, the animal service is going to take time. So it's not just after lunch, it's later in the afternoon. We have to come back anyway. Why not let these people have their effectively extended future agenda comments so that they can go home?
Okay. County Attorney, you're
Yeah, Mr.
advising?
Chairman, again, I would recommend that if there's a motion that's seconded and voted by the board.
I make a motion to reopen public comment to allow citizens to comment on previously discussed item number 3.
A second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to reopen public comment. Now, this opens public comment to everybody. Are you specifically? I specifically said item number 3. Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Ballard, to specifically open public comment to speak to the dust issue that has been occurred and that was addressed this morning by staff. If you could cast your votes now. Motion carries 6-0. So, all right, so what we'll do is, if you'd like to speak, please come forward. I guess there's no speaker list has been signed up for. So if you'd please come forward, state your name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes, kind of form a line, I guess like a batter's box or whatever we do.
We're opening until 12,
Until 12.
so it's time for 6 speakers.
Yeah. Dude, you got it. Yeah, you're all right. Sir, please.
Okay.
State your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes. And what we'd ask is if you're basically making the same, if you agree with the person in front of you, I agree with that person, and that way we can, if other people want to speak further, they can. Yeah. Yeah, so. You're first, exterminator.
Okay. My name is Marcos Alvarez, resident of Manatee County. Residents of Foxbrook neighborhood across from County Road 675 have requested Lennar Homes control their dust production and pleaded with county officials to bring them into compliance. The results are discussed from those visiting our homes, concern from county officials, but in the end, 0 results. We have witnessed a failure in compliance by Lennar, a lack of enforcement in existing regulations by the county, and escalating property damage and health concerns for our community. There are multiple Manatee County codes already in existence that have failed to produce any results. One of those states that the developer will restore all damaged surfaces before resuming operations. I know there was a presentation earlier where they showed many pictures. We have hundreds of pictures and videos of homes in the neighborhood. that have caused damage to the house, which takes hours to clean. They've damaged our air conditioning system, pool filters, which are thousands of dollars to replace. All in all, I think there's been several hundred thousands of dollars of damage done to the Foxbrook community because of the construction across 675. My concerns with the proposals that were brought up is they talked about rainfall. Manatee County is at 75% of its annual rainfall year to date. So it doesn't matter if there was no rainfall. The dust still needs to be controlled, regardless of if we're in a drought, if we're not in a drought. The watering, it would take, based on what other counties have done, it would take over 5 million gallons of water to spread across that whole entire property. I appreciate the 100-acre restriction. That'll make it more manageable. But 5 million gallons of water is about a quarter of what the county uses every day. So it's not feasible. Windbreaks, again, we have pictures and videos of dust hundreds of feet in the air. We've had code enforcement out. They've witnessed it themselves, of dust hundreds of feet in the air. Windbreaks will not work. My recommendations are to ensure what's called PM10 levels remain at less than 50 micrograms per cubic meter. The county is more than welcome to put one of these devices on my property. I live right across the street if you want to do that. Maintain soil moisture content at a minimum of 12%, which is what other counties have done. They've taken samples to make sure that the soil is at a certain moisture level. I think they need to continue to spray water, demand compliance from the construction companies, and enact severe penalties when they're not compliant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Say your name, county
Hi, I'm
resident. You have
Carolyn
3 minutes.
Alvarez from Manatee County. On our street alone in Foxbrook community, we are nurses, we are police officers, we are active and retired veterans, teachers, mechanics, small business owners. We have elderly people, cancer fighting, and many have other health issues. Also among us is our future generation, trying to enjoy their backyard and neighborhood during their childhood. We are tax-paying, working force, voting Manatee County constituents of yours. This year, we have been overwhelmed with constant dust and dirt from across the street. Lennar Homes has responded to our pleas to control the dirt essentially by saying, we're doing what we are required to be in compliance. We have emailed all of your offices numerous times. Code enforcement has been responsive and apologetic, but ultimately, they have not been able to do anything to stop the dirt. Lennar Homes and these other building sites will continue to do what you are allowing them to do. Having more than 1,000 acres of old farmland exposed and blowing into my yard, there's no amount of water trucks spraying until we complain. When the water trucks do spray, it would be laughable if it wasn't so terrible. There's gusts. When the wind is gusting, water trucks are not the answer. We watch dust billow behind these water trucks while they haphazardly spray here and there. We cannot blame the weather. When we constructed our home, we controlled our land despite the weather. Over 1,000 acres of mounded dirt is not containable. Thank you for considering this proposal to amend the code to include only 100 acres. While reading the proposed amendment, it seems a good thing, except when we read allow exception. To me, this is alarming. It sounds like they would pay the county more, and then I hope this isn't the case, but it seems to be that the county would then have a higher interest in protecting them. Please enforce at least the rules that you have set in place. The damages to our homes have never been restored to as the current code requires, and we watched more dirt hazing the sky just yesterday afternoon with not even high gust winds. Please stop allowing these continued violations. Make Lennar Homes and these other sites in violation restore damaged surfaces as the current code mandates. If they continue to be in violation, please do as the amended code suggests and limit the amount of dirt they can expose until they show that they can control the amount that they have exposed. Giving them a stop work order does seem like a big penalty, but the reality is they leave the work site and the dirt in the amount that is not contained by water trucks continues to billow into my home and property and those around me. Please let us be able to host family, friends, and church functions at our home that we've worked so hard to have. Let my kids play in the yard in the pool. Please give us and our neighbors relief from air contamination and endless cleaning, coughing, and damages that this constant dirt is causing us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. State your name, county residence, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Brenda Smith, Manatee County, and also a resident of Foxbrook. Until a person has actually experienced it and lived in Foxbrook in the last 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 months, they have no idea what we are going through. We live in a health situation that is not, I can't remember that one. Never mind. Anyhow.
Okay, ma'am.
We have put up with not just dust in the air. It looks like brown dust when you drive down the highway, if you can see going down the highway, because the pictures that were shown do not show it properly. It is so bad that you cannot see traffic coming towards you. So it is a driving issue, it's a health issue, but also when that dirt comes across the street, and that it doesn't come as just a little bit of light dust, it comes and settles as black soot. When you are trying to clean your home, not once, 3, 4, 5 times a week, because you can't clean the countertops inside the house, your dishes, your furniture, your floors. People have many different kinds of floors put in these relatively new homes. They are ruined. Myself, I have stained concrete, and I can't get the dirt out of my concrete. Now, I have expenses, and when one of the other neighbors recommended or said that there was hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's no exaggeration. Just for the few houses that we're talking about directly along 675. If you continue farther back into the development, there are more costs. So what once was maybe 100 to 200,000 is now probably closer to the 400,000-500,000 for us to maintain our homes. And Lennar Homes has said, we're not going to help with anything. So stop this dirt. Stop what they are doing. And I know you're looking to the future, but what are we going to do from the past months? We have this additional expense put on us. We have health issues. We have safety issues. We have dirty homes, and I don't live in a dirty home. I have never lived in a dirty home, and I don't appreciate not being able to invite people into my home because I'm embarrassed because of it. So please, have them abide by the rules, fine them, stop them, do whatever you have to. But we have to be able to live. We didn't move out there to live in a dust storm. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Morning, sir. You know the rules.
Good morning, Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. And yeah, I want to recommend for a future agenda item that you bring up the broader issue of not just construction dust and debris from development, but there's a whole host of additional pollution items that are associated with the development. Commissioner Cruz is bringing it up a little bit earlier, as well as Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, touching on things like the open burning of the debris that's being collected on these sites. That, in combination with the debris that's windborne and the blown dust, makes it very, very difficult to be in and around these areas. Now, I'd like to correct one statement, or at least correct the record for Commissioner Ron. This is not a new item. This is not a new issue. I've been living in East Manatee County for about 20 years or so. This goes back. This goes back a ways. Okay, the property developed nearest me, when they first clear-cut 50 acres of a 100-acre development, that right away was causing problems with the dust, with the stormwater runoff that could not be contained. It was contaminating with 100% turbidity in the Sand Branch Creek, basically killing the creek. Okay, we called the county many times. The inspectors came out. They felt like their hands may have been tied. They did what they could. They tried to mitigate the problem. And that was great for that week. And then 2 months down the road, this is back in 2022, the same thing again. The contractor decided, oh, we're going to, do something different. We're not being watched right now. And they were back to polluting the area during the development. In addition to that, they were violating the noise ordinance. They were starting construction before 7 a.m. They were running reciprocating dewatering pumps 24/7, well in excess of the 85 decibel limits that the county sound noise ordinance puts on them. Again, the inspector came out, shut them down for the day or two or three, then in a few more days, back with the noise again. Okay, I've got on record over a dozen complaints and issues with the county, 311, direct with some of the inspectors, and with SwiftMud as well. You can make this step that you talked about this morning to help with the dust and debris that's windblown, and limiting development to less than 100 acres is a good start. Don't get me wrong, it's a good direction to go, but it's just not going to be enough. It's just not going to be enough. What you need is a will to enforce the laws and rules that you have in place, and that's not being done. You need more inspectors, and you need the will to enforce the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Arnold, live in Manatee. Drove through the dust storms numerous times on Rutland Ranch Road, 64 and 70. And I think it's interesting we call it dust because it's really dirt. And it's coming off of old farms. And I did some research, and it says when you research what are the health risks due to the contaminants in old farms, they include asbestos, heavy metals, lead, arsenic, mercury from pesticides, fertilizer, bacteria, fungi, silica that causes respiratory issues, pesticide and fertilizer residue, mold, and endotoxins. It's a pretty serious problem if you're getting in the middle of it. And the suggestion, they say, for people that are working or living near it is to wear an N95 mask or a respirator. So first of all, I really don't understand. I have friends, they're on nebulizers, and they're taking all kinds of extra precautions with their health, and they've been to see the doctor a lot of times. I mean, this is a pretty significant issue for all of us. And I want to say something. People will be blown away. I reported what I saw on 64, which was the Neal communities dust, dirt, and called the county 3 different times, got one gentleman who called me back because I was transferred to the wrong person and left a voice message, but he called me back. He was great, told me about 311, how to make a report officially. Finally, I got frustrated and I called Neal Construction, their office, and left a message with the construction guy. And a young lady named Katie called me back, and she was lovely, and she said, we've sent out two water trucks, and we're watering it, and we're going to do things, and it'll get better. And I went by there again today, and I saw they'd put straw out over the dust, and they seem like they're doing quite a bit to try to mitigate some of this. But on the other hand, when I drove by Lennar, they're not doing anything. And if you see a water truck there, it's pretty shocking because they don't seem to really care, in my opinion. And if they do, it's just kind of like, oh, we'll run a water truck over here and let everybody see it. So in the end, this is really serious for people's health. I know people are telling you about their pools, and I live 5 miles away or more, and the dust is incredible even in my house on these bad days. But I can't imagine what it's like to be them. But the bigger issue is, what's it doing to the kids and the older people and just anybody who's breathing it or driving through it and breathing it? And I have one friend whose child is having terrible asthma attacks and has had to take him to the doctor a bunch of times. And we need more people to get out there and do something. Thank you.
Glenn, you got to hurry up.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County. As I look at this, I say, you know what? There's not enough being done. This was not an act of God. This was a criminal complaint. And by the way, earlier today, during a very uncomfortable situation, I saw two sheriffs stand up within a few feet. I see their back just for me again. How convenient. This public comment profiling, just go back, isn't there a seat back there with your name on it? Listen, this is crazy. I see what you guys are trying to do. Here's my suggestion. The law's already on the books. There should have been a state trooper called on the highway. This is a hazard, traffic hazard. It's a health hazard, right? We have the law. They should be red tagged every day. And I'll take it a step further. You should do to them what you do to Mosaic. Put up a $10 million bond, and when these folks got to spend $2,000 to clean their pool or bring their kid to the emergency room because they're hacking all day, they can go to the bond company and submit a bill and say, you're going to pay for it. Make them put up a Dust Bowl bond. Why not? And as far as the fines are concerned, easy way around it. Oh, yeah, it's $75,000 in equipment a day, and they only fine us $5, so we can take the beating. Charge them $5,000 a lot on 1,000 lots per day and see how fast they change their tune, and they will. You got to hit them where it hurts. This is, again, this is a health issue. You're here to protect us. One of your foremost things to do is protect the public. You haven't done it. You haven't done it to the folks on Foxborough. You haven't done it on the people that are driving that road. They should be liable for any accidents as well. They created the road hazard. And if I was out there, I'd call the state copper and say, you know what? You need to go down there and shut it down because code enforcement isn't doing their job, or they're not doing it enough, or there's no timelines there. There's a big liability. And if they had to put a $10 million bond up for the hazards and health and welfare of the community, then that's what they need to do. And you should enforce that. You make Mosaic do it, you should have them do it. As far as the fire, I don't care about the forestry. You guys can trump what that permit says. You could send out the fire department out there and say, you know what? This black soot is a health hazard. And we're going to trump that rubber stamp permit from the forestry department, and we're going to shut you down right now until it's fixed. You have the power to do that. You haven't done it. Get with the program. Help the citizens of this community. That's your job, is to protect. You can go back and sit down now. I'm done.
Hi.
Ma'am, are you going to speak to this issue?
Yes.
Okay. You got 3
Hi,
minutes.
I'm Zaide Smith. Dust. Have you all considered having those nifty drones come and airdrop some Roombas? You're using them anyway. Anyway, so I called that number that you told us about, and it has absolutely nothing like the call program. They told us specifically, as I sat in that chair, that they have to send out law enforcement first.
Ma'am, we're here to speak about the issue.
I just think I agree, but
Now you're
if
going
we're
off
going
on
to
the-
be telling
no.
lies, we should at least
We're here to
be
speak about the dust
fact-checking in
mitigation
real
issue.
time.
That's all
I was right
That's all we're
there.
here to speak about. If you're not going to speak about that, then I'm just going to tell you to please sit down and.
Okay, I'll go sit down, but it wasn't.
All right. All right. All right. With that, I'll close public comment, and we will recess. What time is it? We'll recess till 1:15. Yeah, 1:15.
So my name is Ray Turner. I'm the Commissioner for District 5, and I'm pleased to be your MC today out in this beautiful nature and being able to enjoy it. We are so blessed to be here today amid this natural beauty to celebrate the preservation of Crooked River Ranch, named after the crooked nature of the river. That's topography, not any other kind of crooked nature. Crooked River Ranch, once upon a time, had crops growing and cattle grazing. Actually, I think, didn't you say, Charlie, there's some cattle grazing today? There still is, okay. So Longhorn, there's still evidence. The closing on this property marks the beginning of Manatee County's privilege of ownership and stewardship of this amazing piece of property. We are looking forward to all the opportunity that it will offer Manatee residents, and we're really thankful to the family and trust that made this possible for us. We want to begin today like we do all meetings, everything that we do in Manatee County, and that is to honor God and honor our great nation. And for the invocation, newly inducted into the Commissioner Beards Club is Commissioner Jason Bearden. He's wearing the beard good though, right? Sir.
Trying to be more like Commissioner Ray Turner over here. Today is an amazing day. You know, the Lord has blessed us with an amazing, beautiful piece of land today. So it's just an honor to be out here and to be able to acquire this for the taxpayers. Father, thank you, Lord, for what you've done today. We give you glory and honor again and again, and we're just so grateful and thankful for what you've given us here today. So we lift this up to you, Lord, and we thank you for it. And I ask you to bless all these people here today, and we just thank you for what you're doing here in Manatee County. In Jesus' name, amen.
And here with the pledge from Manatee County Natural Resources Department, Resource Management Division, is North County Superintendent Michelle Durr. Michelle?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we continue this afternoon, we want to highlight what makes the conservation in this land so unique. For example, this is the first purchase using the 2020 Conservation and Parks Projects referendum funds. That is money that voters of Manatee County have asked us to put forward for this type of acquisition. Let's bring up my colleague from the Board of County Commissioners, James Satcher, who represents District 1 and one of the best beards in the county, to share what he feels is going to be important to the constituents. You handsome devil, coming up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. He probably wants a vote coming up, I'm sure. And, you know, this is a wonderful place to be and a beautiful place. So I just want to thank you each for coming. You know, for everyone here, from commissioners and guests, we've got our police chiefs here, we've got the family that's had this land for so long, organizations that have worked behind the scenes, and plenty of people that I will not be able to remember or mark. But for each of you, I want to welcome you to Manatee County's Crooked River Ranch. Today marks a momentous occasion as we gather together to celebrate the beauty of our natural world and the importance of preserving it for generations to come. God is so good to us. This is a beautiful place. And when you look around and you see that, it touches my heart, and I believe it does each person that comes here, to remember the great things that he's done for us. He thought of these trees, he thought of this land, he thought of this river and this sky. He wanted to give us something beautiful to enjoy and to remind us of him, something that we could be good to those around us as well. Just on the way here, or just walking from where we parked, and I remarked to someone walking with me how I just felt myself relax and like your blood pressure's going down. And that's the way God designed it. And so I'm grateful to him. I'm grateful to each one of you for being here. I know that there's, I'm sure, stories about this land and this area that it touches your heart. And so, you know, the Bible gives us the principle about a seed. If you hold a seed in your hand, you've got it. It's yours. You can do with it whatever you want. But if you're willing to sow it into the ground, let go of it, you get a whole harvest. And so it's my prayer and belief and hope that this being the first LMAC land purchase will be a seed for great things to come. And so I'm appreciative to everyone that's had a part of that, for the commissioners that have stood by it and voted for it. You know, in the back of our head, each time we vote, I know it's there, right? I know they're all thinking, if you do this for one, then it's something you can't do for yourself. But sometimes the challenge for each of us, for all of us, is to believe that we do live in a wonderful nation. And there are no limits. It's not just one pie, and everybody just gets their piece and that's it. If we serve the Lord and we keep sowing those seeds, the pie can grow, and there can be more for everyone. And so I'm grateful as I see that here today. So thank you so much for having me, allowing me to be a small part of it. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Now I want to run down just a few facts of this beautiful slice of old Florida. So there's 64 acres here in total, 24 acres of pasture, 9 acres of wetland, 32 acres of forest upland, 2,400 feet of shoreline along the mighty Manatee River, 13 miles to Tampa Bay, less than 4 miles from I-75. This is an oasis and will continue to be an oasis far into the future. So now what you have up next, Manatee County's Natural Resources Director, Charlie Hutziker. Most of these things are not possible. Charlie has a great vision. He's a real passion for this. He was integral in putting this deal together, and he's going to be integral in future deals. Charlie, coming up and give us some background. Keep it succinct, though. You know what I mean?
You bet.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, you know, thank you. I'm Charlie Hunsaker, Director of the Natural Resources Department, working for this fine county administrator, Charlie Bishop. I mean that. And the Board of County Commissioners here. I want to talk about people, this river, and Crooked River Ranch. You know, I want to be able to recognize, because this comes together because so many people have been involved professionally in evaluating this property, working with the family, and seeing how we can be a good steward of this property, and where we can make little tweaks here and there and rebuild the wetlands that were here and rebuild those areas that the Manatee River nourishes each and every day. So, you know, there are folks here that are all around us. Mike Ellswick is in the back. I want to recognize Sherry Swanson, way in the back there for ecological resources. Alyssa Powers, he's here over environmental protection. Aidan Stockdale, he's here somewhere with education. They're determined. These folks, not only, and Deborah Worth, those who identify property for acquisition, and for maintenance, and for restoration, and for education. That's what our department is all about. But you know, the river here is a working river. It gives us a water supply at Lake Manatee and all the way out to Tampa Bay. We have the ability to give us that water supply, our recreation, beautiful home sites along the Manatee River, right? Commerce and governance, the city of Palmetto, the city of Bradenton, work and engage in the river. So here we are. All these services define our quality of life. So let's talk about how the Board of County Commissioners has worked present and past to protect and preserve those special qualities. Let's start with Robinson and Emerson and Hidden Harbor and Bennett Park and Rye Preserve. Each of these places have been set aside to protect that quality of life and what the river can give to us and will continue to give to us. We have protected 14 miles of shoreline, including this half mile here for this property. So you ask yourself, why? Why here? All you have to do is take a look across that river, ignore the power lines, which keep us fueled and our lights on at night. But that same view, think about it, turn of the century, 1900, 1800, 1700, that's the view right there. And now we're able to protect it and keep it for the generations and the hundreds of years to come. As long as there's a government in Florida, this property will be all of ours. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Well
Dr. Thurman. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie, as always. you've been hearing preservation is a passion for many in Manatee County, and the folks who are on the Environmental Lands Maintenance and Acquisition Committee, LMAC, they're tirelessly working to pull together deals like this one, save the environment, and they're sensitive to the lands for the generations to come. Because when we do something like this is for generations that we can have this nature around us. Here to speak on that is Randall Cooper. He is the vice chair of that committee, LMAC, and he's here to speak today. Randall, come on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. LMAC is, Commissioner mentioned, Environmental Lands Management and Acquisition Committee. We are 17 citizens, residents of the county, different professions, different backgrounds. I think we all share a very common interest in preserving lands for other residents of the county. The tax that's funding this was passed by, 76% of the voters. And so we on the committee are just trying to, come see the citizens' wishes come true. I've been on the committee since 2016, and I think I can speak on behalf of other LMAC members. There are several here that were very pleased and excited to finally get some property. We know that it took a lot of work to get here. The property owners, the families that are involved, the county commissioners for allowing us the funding, and of course the county staff for finding the property and doing all the due diligence and everything. So I think we're all very excited. We're looking forward to having more properties to come to meetings like this for. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything, but thank you. Thank you.
As you can tell, this is a team effort. The Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast is a part of the team that brought this property to closing. With more than 19,000 acres permanently protected over 56 properties, their conservation efforts stretch from here, which is Manatee, into Sarasota, Charlotte, Lee, and Collier counties. Their president, Christine Johnson, is here to speak today about their mission and their experience along the road. Christine?
Good afternoon. As you heard, I'm Christine Purvis Johnson, president of Conservation Foundation and fifth generation Floridian from Ellenton. So love this property. For those of you who do not know Conservation Foundation, we are an accredited land trust protecting the land and water in Southwest Florida for the benefit of people and nature. We're celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. And in those 20 years, we've protected almost 20,000 acres. That's approximately 30 square miles. You see, yeah, thank you. You see, our dream is to create a protected Florida wildlife corridor on the southeast of Florida, stretching from Duet Preserve in northeast Manatee County through the Myakka Island of conserved properties, to Babcock Webb in Charlotte County, all the way to the Everglades. Wouldn't that be awesome? To have a wildlife corridor from Manatee County to the Everglades. But dreams like that can't happen without conservation-minded people who care and want to see natural Florida protected for generations to come. People like Elizabeth Hunter Skidmore and Alice Hunter Bender. Thank you, Elizabeth and Alice. It was our honor to work with you and the entire Hunter family to ensure the family's legacy for generations to come. When we reached out to you, you took our call and continued to have conversations with us for months, for over a year. So thank you. You could have sold this property many times over, but you chose to conserve it. And so it's because of you that this special place is protected forever, and we thank you. It was also our honor to work again with Manatee County to save public open space. This is our third partnership with Manatee County. The first was Robinson Preserve expansion in 2012, and the second was Johnson Preserve in 2018. So thank you, Manatee County Commissioners. Thank you for purchasing this beautiful property using Conservation and Parks Project's referendum funds. The first time, as you said, thank you. And we hope it is just one of many partnerships as we continue to honor the people of Manatee County, and we continue to have the honor to work with you. Manatee County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, let alone the nation. So it is vital that we work fast and protect our last remaining special places and natural resources before it's too late. After all, saving land is an investment in the well-being and prosperity of a community. Will Rogers said it best, "Show me a healthy community with a healthy economy, and I will show you a community that has its green infrastructure in order and understands the relationship between the built and unbuilt environment." Crooked River Ranch is an important project toward achieving that balance. Thank you again, Manatee County, for protecting this special place. Thank you, Elizabeth and Alice and the entire Hunter family for choosing to conserve this land. And thank you to all the citizens of Manatee County who voted in support of the 2020 Conservation and Parks referendum that made this protection possible. On behalf of everyone at Conservation Foundation, we're thrilled to be part of this project and the family and community legacy. So thank you all for being the community that cares about conservation.
Thank you, Christine. Now, none of this would have been possible without the support of the family and trust in Manatee County, which made this legacy acquisition possible. Now, the family was really professional and high integrity through this whole thing, like really, I think compared with anything else we've done in the past, it's been a long time, but what you guys do really made this possible. This property has been in their family for 4 generations. Alice and Elizabeth, their dad, this was his place of solace, and so his spirit will live here forever. Really, really happy that we were able to put this together, and really thankful to the family, honestly. I believe Elizabeth is going to come up and speak.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are you saying anything now? Okay. Didn't know. Well, I'm amazed by the crowd, and it's really nice to see dear friends, family, and community members here today to celebrate this special place. Today marks a pivotal moment in the preservation of special places for Manatee County and beyond. With gratitude in my heart, it's so meaningful to gather here to celebrate the dedication of Crooked River Ranch, a testament to the collective vision and the commitment of this community. This place stands as a beacon of hope for future generations. It represents the first tangible result of a voter-backed initiative, a promise fulfilled to safeguard for our dwindling natural spaces. The story behind Crooked River Ranch adds another layer of meaning to its preservation. It's a testament to our parents' love for the wild, their desire to protect it, and their legacy of stewardship. Once the escape and refuge for my father, and as I've said before, felt like it was his therapy. This land holds memories of solace and tranquility, as well as so much fun, festivities, and laughter. Over the last few decades, it's been shared with many scout troops, school groups, campouts with friends, dove shoots, 40th birthday celebrations, family moments, and more. And so it's only fitting and right that it will continue to be shared. I'm confident it will continue to provide special memories and perhaps therapy for others. As we stand here today, we honor not only the land, but also the tireless efforts of all those involved, the Board of County Commissioners, the LMAC, the Conservation Foundation of the Gulf Coast, and I want to give a special shout out to Deborah, Charlie, and Debbie. Their dedication and determination have brought us to this momentous occasion. And I'll close with a special word of thanks to David and my daughters and Caroline and Hunter, who are not here today, but whose unwavering love and support have been the heartbeat of our journey. In this moment of transition of Crooked River Ranch, let us celebrate the family bonds that have nurtured its essence. Cheers to family, to Manatee County, and to the enduring legacy of Crooked River Ranch. And thank you, Mom and Dad. We love and miss you.
If you look around, this is just a beautiful piece of property. And it is, we see a lot of growth. A lot of people want to come here to Manatee County. It's tough to blame them. It's a beautiful place. But taking something like this and preserving it for our future generations is a worthwhile goal. So I'm excited to see that happen here in District 1. I want them to have an opportunity to enjoy God's creation, the beauty that we have here on earth, for them to enjoy that, and also to be able to enjoy each other. Kids playing, families having cookout, people camping. All those things are memories that stay with people. And they're things that, when you grow up and you look back and you see your childhood or maybe your early days and you think, that was a time that made a big difference on my life. So I think things like that will happen here. We're going to, see the Boy Scouts come here and different groups come and make those memories. This is the United States of America. It's a place where you can build your dreams. And so when we look around here, it's easy to imagine that. It's easier to think bigger than ourselves. It's easy to look at the community around us and say, how can we help the others when we see what blessings we each have? Yeah, Crooked River Ranch, it's a great place to be, a great place to enjoy. So I hope everyone will come out, bring family, set up for family reunions, and Sunday after church, show up here. It's a great place to be.
It begins with the Manatee River, all the way to Tampa Bay. This river needs the kind of protection and balance with the development that we have. We have beautiful home sites here, the city of Bradenton, city of Palmetto, but when we have an opportunity to take a natural area that's still undeveloped and hold it for future generations, we're right on target. That's what we want to do when we have the opportunity to provide the habitat that was here and will be here for generations to come. Well, we have about 30,000 acres of land in preserves, in conservation. And the distinction there is what we call passive recreation, where hiking, biking, nature watching, camping, and those activities that do not necessarily involve team sports. Of course, parks, on the other hand, are designed to provide all those amenities, but also have the land and the landscape designed to fit team sports like soccer, football, lacrosse, baseball. And so when we talk about the parks in Manatee County, they're there for active recreation. And when we talk about the preserves in Manatee County, they're there for that type of outdoor enjoyment, just kind of like walking around. Well, Old Florida Field here, especially along the Manatee River, identifies those plants and animals that are characteristic of what you would encounter even back to the turn of the century, 1900s. There are cabbage palms here that are easily 150, 200 years old, oak trees in the 50 to 60 year range. And so the landscapes here have been managed properly by the family and maintained in a landscape that you would have encountered if you'd pulled up here in a rowboat in 1910. Manatee County is actively pursuing additional properties to complement the 30,000 acres we have at 15 different locations, beginning some of the more popular ones at Robinson and even Mike Bennett Park. Excuse me, even Tom Bennett Park, not Mike Bennett Park. Okay. On my mind. But some of those properties, beginning with Robinson, Emerson, Tom Bennett Park, Heritage Harbor, Hidden Harbor, Fort Hamer. These are locations that we've enjoyed all these years, and we're going to be, with the voter support, we're now been given the economic ability to go after properties just like these, where families have made a decision to be a willing seller. We're not condemning land, we're not taking it against their will, but families have made a decision in many opportunities, in many situations, to take a lower price sometimes for a property because it will remain in a conservation value. That has value to the family, and it certainly has value to Manatee County.
Conservation Foundation is a regional land conservancy, so we're always looking for those special places that we can protect, and particularly when there is opportunities for public access. And we helped passed the referendum in 2020, so we've been looking for properties. A neighbor told us that this might be on the market because their father had passed away. And so I reached out to the sisters, and they were so gracious. And hand in hand, it's taken about a year to get through all the process, the due diligence to make sure that we have the county commission approval, and finally get the funding and get it protected.
I mean, I think we just really wanted to honor our parents' legacy, particularly my dad, who, again, I've said it again, you know, that this was his therapy, his place where he really just found his center and would never want to see it developed. And when we got a hold, you know, when Debbie contacted us and when learned about the Manatee County program, it just made sense. And we just would love to see it, we're loving to see it shared with others.
The majestic oaks and all of this beautiful, beautiful moss and all of the birds and different animals. I mean, there's wild boar that run through the property. You'll run across a post that has hair on it. I'm sure a lot of children will be like, what's that? That's where they were rubbing and itching themselves. I mean, just things like that, like walking through. And we used to have a rope swing here. Maybe they'll have a set of something fun for kids to do from a tree here as well, because it certainly was special for our children. And yeah, it's hard to say just one or two things. It's just the whole thing is beautiful, and the water is just really, lovely.
We probably have about 10 years left in this community to conserve what's left to be conserved. And out east, we need conservation easements on the rural working lands. In town, where we have people providing parks, access to the water. Not everyone can get to the water. They don't have it in their backyard. So this is an opportunity to create nature park, recreation, passive recreation in an incredible old Florida natural setting.
And you think you have this beautiful coastline in view, but there's a lot happening right here, front and center, that needs to continue to happen in order to protect so much more of what goes out into the ocean and through here.
Absolutely. What we know is that if we don't protect the land around the rivers, we will not have clean water in our rivers. And Manatee River is a source of drinking water. It is also a tributary to the Tampa Bay National Estuary, a nationally recognized estuary, and it also feeds the Gulf of Mexico, which is a national, international treasure. So right here, what we're doing by protecting and buffering the Manatee River impacts the entire Gulf of Mexico and benefits everyone even south. So it is truly important that people along the waterway know that if they want to conserve their land, the benefits for water quality, water quantity are absolutely incredible.
And sea life.
And sea life. I mean, the diversity. We get manatee all the way up into the Manatee River till you get to the dam. You have all sorts of bird life, as you said, and just the Manatee River has portions of it that are very high quality. There are portions that do need some cleanup, but nothing substantial. And it is properties like this that will keep the river clean and keep it with a diversity and abundant wildlife.
We're just really happy that it's going to be shared, and we hope it for, as long as we can think that, till the end of time, that this place will be not developed and enjoyed by others, and, they will come down here and remember our parents' legacy and really, find joy and special.
I guess to quote the song, we didn't pave paradise to put up a parking lot. And that's important to remember for everybody going forward. And that, this is such a basic, wonderful, lovely place that is really kind of going back to what Florida and its roots are.
Well, good morning. It's another beautiful day here in Manatee County. It's postcard perfect today. And it's just another great day we're having like yesterday. So welcome everyone and thank you for being here. And welcome to the first drink of Manatee County's new ultrafiltration water system. And like we do with all of our meetings, we would like to honor God and honor our great country. So if you will stand for the invocation and the pledge, I'd like to bring up Utilities Administration Specialist Sarah Finley. Thank you, Sarah.
Will you bow your heads with me? Heavenly Father, we'd like to start by saying thank you. We know that every good and perfect gift and all authority comes from you. So we thank you for your mercies and your wonderful blessings that you've granted Manatee County in its government and economy. We ask that you continue to bless us and guide our actions and decisions in the days ahead. In Jesus' name and for your glorious gospel, amen.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Now up for the pledge, I'd like to bring up Utilities Plant Operator Isaiah Moss.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both. Thank you for your service to Manatee County and the citizens of Manatee County. Well, this is a great day for the Manatee County as the Lake Manatee ultrafiltration upgrade project nears its completion. These new submerged ultrafiltration membranes now installed and operational means that over 320,000 citizens here in Manatee County will be provided with clean, clear drinking water. And what I'd like to do now is to bring up District 1 Commissioner, one of the hardest working commissioners, James Satcher. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Ron. I appreciate that. And thank you for everyone for being here this morning. You know, as I was taking a look, and this is one of those projects I've been following closely. Just multiple briefings and things. I'll ask about it every, month, 2 months, 3 months, and follow up on it because this is so important. The truth is that if we just think about ourselves, then something like this doesn't happen. But the people at Manatee County and that have been running things and thinking about things, they knew that we were going to be in a position where we needed and wanted cleaner drinking water for the future and for others, and for our families and children. There's a scripture, great story. It's in Genesis 22, I believe, and it's about Isaac. And he was there. He had his servants, his workers. They were going out. And they decided that they needed to redig the wells that Abraham had dug so that they could provide for the growth that they were having. And so they dug this well, and here come a bunch of people fighting over it, and they ran them off. And so then they went back to the drawing board, and they found another well that Abraham had dug that had been stopped up, and they redug it again. This was the second well. And there was another fight over it. And then, after that, they came and there was a third well that they found that Abraham had already dug, but had been stopped up. And they redug the well. And when they did, there was no more fighting because there was enough to go around. And what Isaac said, he said the word Rehoboth is a word from the Bible. And it means that God has made room for us. And, sometimes there can be strife and people can be upset and people can complain about things. But if we step forward and we have vision enough to prepare, the Lord will make room for all of us. And so that's what I see when I think about this project, is that there's clean drinking water for each person when we step forward and make the investment, take the time and the effort necessary. And so I'm so grateful to Manatee County staff, for utilities, and everyone here for stepping forward and making that a priority for each of our citizens as we move forward and look to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. Thank you all, to all the forward-thinking folks in the Utilities Department for bringing this idea forward and saw the benefits of how these membranes are going to serve our water quality and provide that clean, clear drinking water for all of our citizens. For example, the fixed pore size of the new system keeps larger particles from entering the membranes, while the old filters allowed for larger particles to get into the water system. And the performance of these media filters is dependent upon our great operators, plant operators here in Manatee County. They'll jump in if it needs to be backwashed as needed, but realistically, the whole system's automated. So the process of backwashing and cleaning is an automated process where this happens by itself to keep the system clean, ultrafiltration system clean. But believe me, I'm not an expert on this at all, believe it or not. And what I like to do is to bring up our Deputy Director of Manatee County Utilities, Katie Gilmore, and she's going to explain how the whole system works. So Katie, why don't you come on up? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Ron and Commissioner Satcher. We are excited to welcome everyone out here today as we celebrate this important upgrade project. This water treatment plant is the sole facility that provides drinking water to our customers in unincorporated Manatee County, the cities on Anna Maria Island, and to our wholesale customers in Palmetto, City of Bradenton, Longboat Key, and Sarasota County. Years ago, the County Commission had the foresight and the bravery to move forward with damming the Manatee River, which created Lake Manatee. We broke ground on the dam in 1965 and constructed the original portion of this plant to treat that water from our new reservoir. Since then, we've expanded the surface water treatment in the 1970s, and we added groundwater treatment in the 1990s. Our surface water is treated by what's known as conventional filtration, and it's on those boards over there. It consists of coagulation, flocculation, sedimentation, and filtration. It's this final step, the filtration, that we've upgraded with this project. Previously, we had media filters, and we replaced those now with the ultrafiltration membranes. Back around 2006, we recognized that those original media filters from the 60s and 70s were going to be in need of rehab. Rather than simply replace with the same process, we looked for improvement ideas, evaluated our options, and decided to move forward with submerged ultrafiltration membranes. So the membranes themselves are housed in a series of modules and cassettes that are submerged in a tank which is filled with influent water from the beginning of our surface water treatment process. The membranes are hollow fiber tubes with many microscopic pores. A vacuum is applied to the inside of those tubes, and it pulls the water through. Anything that's larger than that pore cannot get through, and you have the clean filtered water coming out. From time to time, you stop the process, you backwash, and you clean to get rid of anything that has been trapped on the membrane surface. So as previously mentioned, where the media filters have the potential to allow larger particles through, if not operated and maintained to their optimal performance, the membranes have that fixed pore size, and it's 0.02 micrometers. So what that means is any particle or pathogen larger than that simply cannot get through. Membranes also have the automated backwashing and cleaning that he mentioned. So this results in a more consistent water quality with less operator intervention to keep them performing their best. Okay, so and they will ensure that we continue to meet all of our water quality regulations and goals well into the future. So before we celebrate with the first drink, I wanted to take a moment to recognize all the employees that we have at this facility. You've already met Sarah and Isaiah. I'm happy they could join us this morning. But we have many more dedicated plant operators, maintenance personnel, laboratory staff, and they've lived and breathed this project for the last several years. We were able to do this project as a plant retrofit. So what that meant is that the full membrane capacity could fit where just half of our media filters were before. So this comes with a lot of benefits, but it makes daily operations very challenging for the staff out here. We've had to take certain portions of the plant offline. We've had to move water around in different ways throughout this facility. But over these last few years, the staff have repeatedly met these challenges. They've kept this plant operational 24/7 with enough water produced to meet our increasing demands and, of course, always maintaining compliance with water quality regulations. So to be able to do this during a period of rapid growth, of some other major facility upgrades that are going on out here, during a pandemic, supply chain issues, not to mention 2 major hurricanes, it's really no simple feat. They're true professionals and deserve to be recognized and celebrated today. Now, I wanted to point out one, Kate Quilty, who's over there in the dark blue by the van. Is currently our water division manager, but she's been our plant superintendent throughout this project before her recent well-deserved promotion. And really her leadership has been invaluable to this project and this plant's success. Both Kate and I will be around as we continue the tour portion, and we can answer any questions or to provide more information about the process that you might want. So again, thank you to everyone that came out today. We really appreciate your support and recognition of this milestone. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Now you can see why she is the expert. And she does a great job, and we appreciate all the work that she does here out on the water treatment plant. So thank you, Katie, for everything you do. We appreciate it. As you can see, this board of county commissioners is highly focused on the clean water for the residents of Manatee County. And we'll continue to do that as we can come up with better ideas, and our staff brings better ideas to us to how we can keep and deliver more clean water. So with that being said, I'd like to ask the commissioners and all the utility leadership, administrator, everybody step up and have their first sip.
This is treating our surface water, so it comes from Lake Manatee. It's an open recreational water body. There's fish, there's animals that live in it, birds that fly over it, animals that live in the watershed, so a lot of just naturally occurring bacteria and pathogens that are out in the environment. This really is the filtration step of our surface water treatment, and that's the final step after all the large particles and organics have been settled out of our surface water. It goes to a final filtration process to remove any particles which could have pathogens and other things that could be harmful for people. It makes it safer because what it's doing is it's ensuring that we meet what's called turbidity regulations, and that's a measure of water quality. So the more particles that are present, the higher their turbidity. And particles can be pathogens, microbes, bacteria. They can also be other dirts and solids where bacteria can hide and then get shielded from the disinfection process in the plant. So the clearer the water is, the less turbidity, the safer it is from a safety as far as microbes, bacteria, viruses standpoint. The fixed pore size of the membranes ensures that only particles that are larger than that size can get through. The media filters before had the potential to let larger particles through. They really required a lot of operator intervention, human interaction to be monitoring them, backwashing them, cleaning them. So occasionally larger stuff could get through. The membranes with that fixed size, the water quality coming off is a guaranteed turbidity coming off. So and it is lower than what we typically do see with our media filters, which meet regulations, but this will be even lower. So right now, Lake Manatee has a really good watershed protection overlay. And so we don't allow certain things in our watershed, and we haven't ever. And so we have also about 40% of our watersheds in public ownership between Manatee County Duet Preserve and some Swift Mud lands. So yes, there is farming and agriculture out there. There's no industry. The homes aren't close enough. They can't use certain things within the watershed, such as reclaimed water, which could have some other compounds in it, which we might not want in the lake. That's not allowed in our watershed right now. So we have a protection. This will be an upgrade that's pretty much going to last us for the duration. There'll be maintenance. The membranes will have to be replaced probably every 20 years maybe. There'll be regular upkeep on the pumps and the instrumentation, but it's intended to be, this is our system, this is how we're going to filter. We had the media filters in place since the 1960s when they were installed in the 70s. So this is going forward, this is for the long haul. Right now, this project, I don't have the total number on top of my head. It is around 50 million, but we started this project about 4 years ago, and those funds were already incorporated into the rates we pay today. So any rate increases in the future aren't due to this project. This has already been incorporated in our rate structure over the last several years.
Today's another great day here in Manatee County when we can celebrate our new water filtration system that's going to deliver clean, clear drinking water to over 320,000 residents here in Manatee County, as well as our other customers, which are like City of Braden, City of Palmetto, Sarasota County even. And it's so important that we have this new system in place to provide drinking water. Drinking water is essential to everyone here in Manatee County. It's essential that this board stays focused on delivering drinking water. It's one of our most important things we can do. And today we had our first sip of our new drinking water through the new filtration system. So cheers, I'm gonna try a sip. Wow, great tasting water. That's good water. So it is good water. So what we'll see in the future is more consistency in the water, so there won't be a difference of quality between northwest Manatee County and downtown Rangen even. So I think what we're here today is just to celebrate the continued commitment by the Manatee County, the Board of County Commissioners, and by the staff out here at the treatment plant, just to deliver great drinking water for our residents of Manatee County. Well, the biggest part of government for its citizens is to provide safety, health, and welfare. And health is part of drinking water. And to provide that for the citizens of Manatee County is the most essential thing that we can do as a government, is to make sure that we have the funding, the infrastructure in place to provide that clean, clear drinking water for all of our citizens. And we know our county is growing. We're the second fastest growing county in the state of Florida. And as we grow, we're going to need to have the funding there to be able to provide more facilities, more things like we're doing today for our citizens that are here and that are coming here. Yeah, we have an amazing utility staff. Our staff out here at the water treatment plant has just been incredible. And they've worked through not only COVID, they've worked through supply chain issues, they've worked through hurricanes to be able to provide, even moving water to different places so they could put this filtration system in place. So our amazing staff out here at the Utilities Department just does an incredible job. And a lot of citizens don't see that, what goes on behind the curtain. And this is one of those things that's behind the curtain, that all they know is when they turn on their faucet, they're gonna get the best water anywhere in the state of Florida, right here in Manatee County. Well, as the county grows and as more infrastructure comes in, drinking water is one of the biggest issues that we face today with all the infrastructure and the new development that's going on. So the vision of this board is to continue to provide the infrastructure funding that allows our utilities department to be able to do things like the new filtration system that we put in today, and that is being operated up and operational, and be able to see the vision of what we need to do for our future residents of Manatee County.
We're here in District 1 today to celebrate the opening of the ultrafiltration membrane for our water treatment plant. So it's an exciting time, cleaner water for our citizens. You know, the ultrafiltration is really state of the art. This is cutting edge stuff. And so now the backflow process, with the filters start to become clogged up, there's an automated process to clear those now. So it's really taken things to a whole new level. It's going to be easier on the staff and for everyone for this plant to get clean water out for each of our citizens. You know, it took a lot of perseverance to make this happen. Manatee County staff didn't quit. They encountered some problems along the way and hiccups, But they got it done. Not only that, but they kept the water supply consistent in the meantime while they brought this online. So it's been months and well over a year that they've been working on it. Clean water benefits everyone, and so we're helping every single citizen in Manatee County is going to have cleaner water because of this project. We also provide water wholesale to the city of Bradenton, Palmetto, other municipalities here in the county and even outside of the county. So everyone's going to be getting cleaner water, and that's something that we can all get behind and be excited about, is better water for our families to drink. The vision for this commission is to have a wonderful place to live and to raise your family, to work, to play. And so part of that is the things that you don't necessarily see. Of course, it's fun to, open a new playground or a park or re-nourish the beaches with fresh sand. That's so fun. Everyone sees it. But this is the work that goes on behind the scenes for every one of our tax-paying citizens to make sure they have clean water to drink on a daily basis. So that is part of the vision. And it's the work that might sometimes go unrewarded, but the commission's been stepping up and making this a priority, and so has staff. So I'm really pleased with each thing that they're doing towards that. The truth is we can be very pleased with what we have here in Manatee County with our water treatment for our drinking water. Surrounding counties don't have something like this. We've got a lake here that we're able to draw water from for each of our citizens, and it's got state-of-the-art filtration to make sure it becomes clean to each of our taxpayers. So it really is exciting.
It's a beautiful day in Manatee County. Hello, I'm Kevin Van Ostenbridge, District 3 Commissioner and Chairman of your Board of County Commissioners. Having a clear vision for our thriving county can do way more than improve internal relations and increase public engagement. A clear vision can move and inspire taxpayers to overcome challenges and pursue collective aspirations. And that's the reason for this video, to give you an idea of where we're headed and provide you with an opportunity to give us valuable feedback on your own vision for Manatee County. Now let's get to work.
From supporting larger state transportation projects like the eventual replacement of the DeSoto Bridge with an elevated downtown bypass, a future 10-lane I-75, and 3 new bridges that will connect families to Anna Marie Island, Manatee County is committed to big picture road enhancements. And while these state projects are important, they're only as good as the work we are doing on the county level. Projects like the Big Six and several featured road and intersection improvements will increase capacity and traffic flow on some of our busiest thoroughfares, while sidewalk improvements will enhance safety and accessibility for taxpayers all over Manatee County. We've said it before, and we'll say it again. Less time spent in traffic, more time spent with your family. Now that's a vision that can benefit everyone in Manatee County.
As far as conservation is concerned, we put our money where our heart is and dedicated $60 million to acquiring and preserving environmentally sensitive lands throughout your county and supporting those who live in them. This includes funding that benefits our pristine shorelines, wetlands, and oak hammocks, and protection for species like the scrub jay and gopher tortoise. Now let's not forget the species that protect us. We've successfully lobbied federal and state government and added a little money of our own for the bivalve restoration project. This groundbreaking restoration initiative will reintroduce millions of clams and oysters into local waterways to act as nature's own filtration system. Partnering with great local organizations and maximizing public access while preserving natural assets for our children's grandchildren is the path every Manatee County taxpayer should want to be on.
From birthday parties and home runs to touchdowns and smiles, Manatee County parks are where memories are made. That's why we're focusing on your quality of life by substantially improving and expanding your parks. The dedication is evident in the revitalization of the time-honored John Marble Park in District 2, the establishment of Ron DeSantis Park in District 4, the groundbreaking of the Parish Community Park in District 1, and the substantial expansion of the premier sports complex. Notably, our forthcoming vision, a Veterans Memorial Park in Veterans Village, will stand as a tribute to deep gratitude we hold for those who have sacrificed so much for our great country. Here's to more goals, more touchdowns, and more smiles right here in the premier place to live, work, and play.
From increasing the pay for those who keep us safe, to a new site for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office Aviation Unit, additional substations, and a new fleet facility, our commitment to your safety is unmatched. But there's more that we can do. We are working with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and local businesses to illuminate underlit neighborhoods with Light Up Manatee, and leveraging AI traffic preemption technology with our own Public Works Department to dramatically improve EMS response times. From bolstering law enforcement, to implementing advanced technology countywide, to fostering safer neighborhoods on a localized level, Manatee County and the Board of County Commissioners are committed to a vision that is focused on your well-being.
As our county continues to grow and evolve, the heart of our urban core holds immense potential for progress and prosperity. That's why we're prioritizing and expediting requests for affordable housing development and taking action to identify opportunities for enhancing neighborhoods and business districts. As part of this initiative, we're collaborating with the Manatee County Sheriff's Department, the City of Bradenton, and the Police Athletic League to provide support for improving the area around LECOM. This expansion will not only bring extra lit, publicly accessible ball diamonds and parking, but also significantly boost the local economy and transform the neighborhood by directly benefiting underprivileged youth in the area.
The Manatee County Utilities Department does way more than manage the distribution of clean drinking water. Reliable utilities can attract businesses and industries to our area, contributing to economic growth and job creation. Not only is Manatee County continuing to expand services for our taxpayers with the addition of 75 new lift stations over the next 5 years, but we're also looking to improve it. We're in the process of constructing Florida's largest low-pressure membrane filtration facility at our Lake Manatee water treatment plant, which will result in consistent water quality. And our spillway replacement project will ensure improved dam safety, enhanced flood management, and increased resilience for anything that Mother Nature throws our way.
Thank you for giving us the chance to provide you with a clear vision for our beautiful county. Please feel free to email any of the commissioners featured in this video by going to mymanatee.org/vision. From our award-winning beaches to the expansion of our convention center, it's with your support that we'll continue to make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play.
Why do we need stormwater management systems? Since the 1980s, stormwater management systems have been required for new development and are specifically designed to help prevent flooding and remove pollutants from the water. A stormwater or detention pond is designed to collect and manage stormwater runoff. Stormwater runoff can carry many different types of pollutants: sediment, garbage, fertilizer, pesticides, oil, animal waste and bacteria, and yard waste. When rainwater lands on rooftops, parking lots, streets, driveways, and other hard surfaces, the rainfall that doesn't soak into the ground flows into your neighborhood stormwater pond through catch basins, pipes, shallow swales, or ditches. Without these ponds, runoff would carry pollutants like those mentioned, and anything else that can float into nearby wetlands, streams, rivers, estuaries, or the Gulf of Mexico. Stormwater ponds are engineered systems designed to remove excess nutrients and other pollutants that can negatively affect our water bodies. They allow sediments in the water to settle at the bottom of the pond and not discharge downstream. They help remove nutrients, primarily nitrogen and phosphorus, that can come from lawn fertilizers or natural sources, such as animal waste. Nutrients cause algae and bacterial blooms in water bodies, which consume the oxygen that fish and other aquatic life needs to live. Engineered control structures prohibit garbage and floating debris from entering the receiving water body. Officials sometimes have to close our recreational water bodies due to pollutants, which cause human health hazards. But engineered stormwater ponds can help remove hazardous pollutants before discharging into our water bodies. Now that you know about these pollutants, please help Manatee County maintain our natural resources by following these tips. Never dump anything down storm drains or into stormwater ponds. Use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Properly dispose of pet waste. Control soil erosion by planting over bare spots in landscape. Sweep driveways and sidewalks instead of using a hose to discharge to the street. Properly dispose of yard waste. Properly dispose of hazardous household chemicals. Direct downspouts away from paved surfaces. And check your car for oil leaks. For more information, go to mymanatee.org/stormwater.
And we're back from recess. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We had finished public comment, and now we'll move into a citizen's comment on consent agenda. Agenda items only. If there is anyone like to come and just give public comment on consent, I think we have one speaker or two speakers. To items on consent. This is items consent only. So, Ms. Deanna Sabo? Sabo? Not here. Mr. Marcus Alvarez? Going once. Going twice. 3 times are gone. So I will close public comment on consent, and we will move to public comment, and then here we go. And then we will move to. There's been no items pulled for consent. Why is my computer not working? Okay. So we'll move to the approval of the consent agenda.
We don't have a motion up.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a motion to approve consent by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, second by Commissioner Turner. All those in favor, please cast your vote. Aye.
Aye.
And Baby Ballard's casting his vote.
It sounds like he's got 4 votes going.
And all right, so consent has been approved, and there was no items removed. So we're going to move into the advertised public hearings, presentations upon request. Would any of the commissioners on item number 77? I need to read that in the record? Okay, so we do. Adoption of Resolution R-24071 regarding infrastructure sales tax to add to a project to the transportation category and adoption of the budget amendment resolution B-24066. Is there like a motion? Motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve, second by Commissioner Ballard. Oh, I'll get it. Okay, is there any public comment regarding item 77? Seeing none, close public comment. If you can cast your votes now. Item 77 carries 6-0. Moving on to item 78, property management. Anybody want a? No. All right. There's been a motion. Adoption of Resolution R-24043, vacating a portion of platted right-of-way known as Glenwood Avenue North of 10605 Hamilton Way and 10590 Aurora Street, platted alleyway located south of Glenwood Avenue, Myakasi, District 1. Is there any public comment regarding this item?
Charles.
All right, seeing no public comment, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Turner, second by Commissioner Beard. If you cast your votes now. And the motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item 79. Okay, adoption of Resolution R-24047, vacating a portion of the platted alleyway at Marineland Platte, Bradenton, Florida, 34203, District 5. There's a motion by, is there any public comment regarding this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Motion made by Commissioner Beard and second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. If you cast your votes now. Item 79 carries 6-0. Item number 80. Anybody like a presentation? Anybody like a presentation? Seeing none, I'll open up for public comment. See no public comment. Adoption of Resolution R-24062, vacating a portion of the platted right-of-way located east of property located at 19717 62nd Avenue East, Bradenton, Florida, District 5. I got a motion by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, a second by Commissioner Bearden. If you cast your votes now. And that motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. Going to the regular, now we're moving on to the we did item 81. Moving to the regular meeting, we did item 81. Public safety. Yes. Oh, the mayor is here. Good afternoon, Mayor Brown. How are you?
Been in the back all day.
Good afternoon. Oh, the clicker's here. Okay. Jody Fisk, Public Safety. So we are doing just kind of another update on the Safe Haven baby boxes. I think we've all talked in the briefings. So the initial cost for these boxes to be installed is $15,000. The $500 annual fee with additional fees of $5,000 to $7,000 to include the integration into the CAD system for 911. So the total fee is anywhere between $20,000 and $22,500 for each individual box. The way that the box would work, as soon as the box is opened, it triggers an alarm to 911 dispatch to let them know the box is open. There's also an alarm that sounds at the location where the box is at to indicate an infant has been placed into the box, and then the box closes. The box locks as soon as it's closed. So once you put the infant into the box, you are unable to open the box to get it back out from the outside. It's only able to be opened from the inside.
Indian givers.
Once that happens, once the box is opened from the inside, then the alarm is disabled to indicate that the infant has been retrieved. So that's a picture of what the box looks like. Safe Haven is the vendor that does this. They are the only vendor that also provides the additional service of an 800 number to call. So as you approach, if you're maybe having second guesses or you're kind of in crisis in that moment, you can call that number and they are able to provide services through them as well in regards to your baby and what services you may need. So our recommendation or our ask today is for the direction to move forward with an interlocal agreement with the city of Bradenton. They have agreed to place a box at their fire station as a pilot program for the Safe Haven baby boxes. So are there any questions?
Real quick, and these boxes are monitored 24/7, 365.
Correct.
There's always somebody maybe at the fire station in case someone puts a baby in the box?
Yes.
Okay. And then as soon as the box is opened back up, EMS takes care of the child and takes it to the hospital or whatever at that
Correct.
point, right?
Yeah, as soon as the box is opened, it triggers. And the alarm goes both to 911
Okay.
dispatch, and then there's also an alarm that sounds in the
there'll be
building
an
as
alarm in the
well.
fire station.
So one way or another, people are being notified that the box has been opened, meaning that somebody's put something in the box.
And so that child being in the box is going to be relatively very short,
Yes,
in, out, on the way to the hospital.
yes.
Okay. Commissioner Ballard.
Do we need to have some kind of provision in place for penalties for misusing the box? Because I can picture teenagers, kids, opening the box, putting things in the box that don't belong in the box.
Thanks for giving the idea.
They would have thought of it on their own, I'm sure.
So I would definitely probably direct that question to law enforcement. I can find that out for you. There's 2 boxes currently in the state of Florida. One is in Ocala, one is in Wildwood, I believe. And there's not been reports of that. Wonderful. I think as a general rule, because it is already a building that is identified as a place where there's always somebody there. It's a fire station, it's an EMS station. So I don't know that they've had those problems, but I can talk with law enforcement and find out.
Perfect.
Hey, Joe, real quick, are these boxes monitored like a camera or 24 or there's no cameras or?
No, so the box itself does not have a camera.
Okay.
Safe Haven guarantees anonymity, so with the idea being that rather than leaving your infant in a bathroom or abandoning them any other place that people have done so, there is faith that you can surrender your infant to this box and that you're not risking having somebody come after you for child abandonment later.
Okay. No, I was just wondering to Commissioner Ballard's point about vandalism and things like that. I mean.
Well, obviously, if the box is vandalized, we absolutely would want to report that to law enforcement. I think kids opening the box up and putting stuff in there or something like that. If there's already camera surveillance on the building, that's different.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, we're calling this a pilot program. I've been a proponent of doing this on a wider scale from day one. Usually a pilot has some level of metrics or timeline before you determine whether or not to broaden it out. We're calling this a pilot, so what's our threshold for future discussion about a wider, because right now it's in one place in City of Bradenton, but let's be honest, if someone's going to abandon a baby, they may not say, okay, now I got to hop 2 buses, make a transfer, and get down to the City of Bradenton to drop it off. So, one, it would have been nice to have a pilot that was a little more broad. So at least someone could say, okay, if I can just go to this other part of Palmetto or this other part of East Manatee, and instead of forcing them to come all the way over here where they just may not. But what's our threshold of this pilot before we revisit this for a broader rollout?
So that would be difficult to measure. The boxes that are already installed in Florida have been installed since 2019. And since that time, only 1 infant has been surrendered. I think that obviously we would be looking to place them in more of a populated area than any place else. So Courtney had a great conversation with Mayor Brown. They have agreed to have their location be the first. But to say until we get an infant into the box to know whether or not the program is successful, I think having the program up, running the test to make sure that the box is continually functional would be a good metric to measure that by. Yeah.
And just one additional clarification, because we weren't able to connect too much after I spoke to Mayor Brown. So it was a preliminary discussion. Obviously, it still would have to go to their city council as well if we draft the interlocal. But then a step further, we were even talking about kind of funding type things. And so maybe if the county funded the initial install and then they handled the operation and maintenance thereafter, to see if this is successful. We also wanted to look at a more populated area like the downtown area where transit is readily available. So maybe that box would be used more than, let's say, a baby box in District 1 where transit is just not as available. So those were just considerations that we had if we were to put 1 box somewhere. So that was, and then they also, the city of Bradenton, the mayor told me that they already have a safe haven identified at the fire department there. But it's just a sign right now, so they don't actually have like a baby box, but they do have a designated area as a safe haven.
Okay.
It's kind of an easy plug and play. It was just a thought that we had, and then we had the discussion.
No, I'm not knocking this. So I'm just saying that to put it in one place to see if it's successful when you're sitting on a situation where, in theory, successful is it literally never being used. It doesn't really give you a metric to work off of. So I still would have liked to see it at least in a couple of other places as a part of a broader pilot, especially. 20 grand is not nothing. It's not my money, but it's not hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It's a fairly reasonable cost if it saves 1 life. So it would have been nice to cut more, but I was just curious if we had it. But I'm glad this is still moving forward, even if it's in 1 test case at this point.
All right. Anything else? You good?
That's all I had.
All right. We have a motion on the board by Commissioner Turner and second by Commissioner Cruz. Direct staff to draft an interlocal agreement with the City of Bradenton and the Bradenton Fire Department to place a first safe haven baby box, say that 3 times fast, at the City of Bradenton Fire Department as a pilot location for this program. If you cast your votes now. And the motion carries 6-0. Congratulations, Mayor Brown. You get a baby box. All right, moving on. Huh? I was waiting for the baby box. All right, so we're going to move on to Commissioner agenda items. And Commissioner Cruz, you are up first.
This one's less so a agenda item for me as much it was a request by me to put this on the agenda for public. Sarah's been doing a great job and everyone over at Animal Welfare of keeping us informed about the timelines and the next steps for finally closing down Palmetto, moving the animals and taking better care of them. So I thought it was important that the public who keeps asking gets the same level of briefing and understanding that we've gotten. So I asked Sarah to come and give us a timeline of when we're going to open up the prefabs over at the jail to help with some level of capacity issue, and then when we're finally going to move everything down to Bishop.
Good afternoon, Sarah Brown for the record, Deputy Director for Community and Veteran Services. I will just quickly go through all of our 3 construction projects that we currently have going on, starting with the jail. So the kennel design has been approved for the 32 kennels. The comment review for site plans is tomorrow with Development Services. All the construction documents for infrastructure were due, and we'll have more information on the building permit tomorrow at that site review. The kennels will be ordered soon. However, understand the site work has to be complete before we have the kennels actually delivered there. And there's a 12-week lead time on the kennels. As far as the program, the programmatic side of it, it's great being part of CVS because we fall under with probation. And Jen Berg went to a meeting and got some great information on different jail programs that already exist. And she got me in contact with some folks in Lee County, actually has a really excellent one, and they have been more than forthcoming to share all of their documentation on the training and all the such that would go for the inmates. So it's a great opportunity. Their program's been in place since 2004, so it's been a really true and tested program. So it's pretty cool. With that, does anybody have any questions as far as the jail?
Yeah, I mean, so basically we're going to take some of the tougher dogs.
We're going to take dogs that they're adoptable dogs, but could use some training. So learn some basic, very basic training techniques to make them more adoptable.
Okay.
So then they would go over to the adoption center after that and be more adoptable and hopefully really lower that length of stay. And then they'll go home with some tricks, maybe know how to sit, stay, just some simple things, some better behavior that, we're trying to work on in our adoption center. But this gives the jail an opportunity. It's going to just be a really dynamic partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of that. So, I mean, the other question is that if an inmate is training a dog and the inmate's getting out shortly, are we allowed, if the inmate wants to take that dog home, are we going to allow the inmate to take that dog home?
Absolutely.
And then,
I would assume they're going to form a great bond with each other.
yeah,
That would be a really beautiful
it's like
thing.
when you at Southeast Guide Dog. I mean, you train these dogs, you never want to let them go.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that we're going to give those guys the opportunity, if they work with these dogs, train them, everything like that, that they'll have the ability, if they want to take them home when they get out. I mean, because some of those guys, it could be a support dog or whatever.
Absolutely.
And help those inmates when they do it. Now, so the inmates will be trained by whom to train dogs?
That's what we're working out all that, the behind the scenes on with the jail.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
Do firehouses still have dogs? Because I might be able to send you home with say you like 12 dogs right now adopted.
I can hook them up right now.
Possible.
Mr. Chair, I also want to commend the sheriff. He's embraced this program. The jail, we've been working with Major Porter. They're waiting for this program to stand up, and I just want to thank them for their cooperation.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting opportunity for both for the sheriff's office and for animal welfare in the county.
All right, cool. Thanks.
All right, so this project, I've talked to a couple of the commissioners about it. I'm super excited about it. It's something I've kind of preached for a long time, that we're never going to adopt our way out of our overpopulation. So we have to come up with different ideas on how we can help the community. And one of the best ways to help the community is to provide resources to keep people and pets together. So I think from a conversation that Commissioner Cruz had with Charlie about finding alternative places for our animals to go, that kind of the brainchild to this 17th Avenue building project that's going to serve as an animal shelter resource hub. So we've really been kind of, for the past few years, really kind of testing what do we need in our community? What do people need so they can stop surrendering the pets, so we can stop them before they even come into our facility? Because we don't need all these dogs. We'd love to get to a point where we're out of business because everyone's able to keep their animals, they're able to take good care of them, and maybe we only serve as a lost and found hub. So providing those resources to the community, we'll still have adoptions in that building. It will be a smaller scale, but we'll have a training multi-purpose room, training, education, accessible veterinary support, our food bank, and we'll have staff there to work as a case manager so they can talk to people one-on-one, find out what their needs are, and see if we can really assist people so they can keep their pets. So we've already met with the architect. We did an on-site walkthrough last week, did some measurements and had some discussions, so we're moving forward with that also, which I'm super excited about that one.
All right, thank you.
And I know really what everybody wants to talk about is Bishop. That's why I saved the best for last. The front adoption center is at 30% design. The kennel design had to go through several rounds of revision. We ended up actually moving where the site plan is. Otherwise, we wouldn't be as fiscally conservative as we want to be, and we have to really maximize the functionality. So in order to do that, we're moving closer to the 21st Avenue side of the land now. But it's rolling. We're working on the schematic designs to reflect the new layout. We're anticipated completing this phase by mid-May, moving into design development. That should be an estimate of 45-day turnaround. That's typically a 60-day turnaround. Then the construction documents are due towards the end of June. That will initiate pre-construction and bring the design to 60%. HDR, which is our architecture firm, will have the plans at 100% late July, aiming for project execution in late 2024. We'd love to see it in October. We're hoping for that. Be sometime in that time frame. So, as far as when the project will close, the closure of Palmetto, I don't know that for certain. I don't know if somebody else has a better idea on that, but that's kind of our timeline now. Things are moving forward, and we're moving as quickly as we possibly can. We're excited that they're pushing that 45-day turnaround instead of the 60. So, everyone's putting boots to the ground, fast forward as quickly as possible, but we have to make sure we're doing this the right way too. Any questions?
Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm excited to see all of this move forward, and as we talked about, I love the idea of the center on 17th Street, providing people those resources so that they can keep their animals and we have less animals in our shelters to begin with. My question is, how do we make sure that people know and understand what this is and how to utilize it? So I'm guessing that we're going to work with Casey and others to make sure that our community is aware that we'll now have this amazing resource.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a huge marketing push, and Casey and Lacey have become my two favorite people in this county because I bother them a lot for a lot of the projects we're working on. But this is something that just, I think, can be a real game changer. It's not something that municipal shelters typically do, but this is a way for us to stop that intake from coming in. So if we can at least reduce that intake from coming in, keep pushing the adoptions with the new center, it seems like we're going to really have a well-oiled machine and really see some great success.
And then one more question on that. I'd love to see, once we get that up and running, if we can have some metrics, showing that maybe we're succeeding in keeping our population down. So if we can try to track that, that would be amazing.
We track just about every metric you can think of. I was just actually, we have our 5-year anniversary of Cat Town coming up at the end of May, so I was tracking where have we been these past 5 years with adoptions versus the 5 years before that. And we've actually increased our adoptions by 2,000 cats, which is pretty significant. It almost doubled the entire adoption. So we will keep those metrics close. We'll happily share them because I feel very confident it's going to be very successful.
Me too. Thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
So just to kind of summarize it, because it was almost exactly a year ago, I think, when this all really started. I mean, it's been years and years, but last year is when we started having these updates on this agenda and talking about, and we went out and visited Nate's and looked at prefab options. So I know you can't commit to a timeline, but just so people get an idea. So you're looking at 90 days, was say 120 days or 90 days for the jail after the site work's done?
I'm going to leave that to Tom or Brian.
Yeah, sure. Commissioner Brian Parnell, Deputy County Administrator. The main lead item is the 12 weeks for the prefab structures. So we're going to use those, order those for the jail site, actually as well as the Bishop site, but the jail's obviously coming first. And so 12 weeks. Right now, this week actually, we're going to get hopefully our final site plan approval. It's for commenting tomorrow. Once we have that, basically the civil is approved, then we just need the building permit, which should be submitted for this week, in probably 2 to 3 weeks. Once we get that building permit, we should be able to order those shelters and be reasonably confident that our site work will be done and prepared. The slabs poured, the utilities ready for those shelters to show up. So 12 weeks plus, give or take 3.
So
Yeah.
the jail one, which is, probably about 25% of our current capacity would in theory be able to move over there, maybe a little higher than that. Yeah. So that'll certainly alleviate capacity issues while we finalize Bishop, and that's kind of like a end of summer-ish kind of timeline based on what you're saying. That's 12 weeks plus you said a couple weeks for permits, so call it 15 weeks.
Yep,
So
I think that's
roughly
probably
4
pretty
months from
close,
now.
end of summer.
All right, so end of summer, that's going to help capacity. Unfortunately, we missed the summer, which is certainly an issue. And then Bishop, you're saying end of October? Again, no one's holding you to this. I'm just trying to get some guidelines.
Yeah, October is when we're hoping we're finally out there turning some dirt and making some progress.
Turning dirt?
Yeah. Little shovels in the ground, ready to go. project execution.
And once we start turning dirt, that starts a similar 12-week process? Like, will we start ordering the units at that point?
It's a similar process, but probably a little bit longer, because it's a larger construction site. There's more facilities we're ordering, more slabs to be poured, more utilities. So we need a good construction schedule before we can really order those, 12-week lead time prefab structures again, to make sure that the site's ready. So, Tom, yeah.
All right. So we have no
We don't.
thoughts on time. I'm just
don't have
again.
a- we
This
don't
is a
have the
presentation
construction
for this is
schedule
a
yet.
presentation for the public more so because last year we talked about this. Originally, it's going to be 2 years to build a whole new building, and we said, hey, let's expedite that and do it faster. And then we started talking about Nate's, and it's been 1 year so far, and now we're saying, okay, by October we can start turning dirt, which then we have to finish turning the dirt and then order things 12 weeks out. So it's going to end up being like a 2-year turnaround from the time that first discussion happened to do the prefabs at this point. But I'm just trying to get a general idea of timeline because people keep asking, because we kind of said, hey, we're going to expedite this, we're going to rush this through, we're going to come up with better alternatives and prefabs and drop things down. And people want to know when it's going to happen because people have been clamoring for it for years, and there was kind of a light at the end of the tunnel. People are just trying to figure out how far out that end of the tunnel really is. So we don't have a timeline for Bishop. We can alleviate. We're hoping by the end of summer to alleviate congestion issue, but the reality of closing Palmetto is probably a year out from now.
Commissioner Tom Yarger, Property Management. Because the units come in already put together, basically, the 12-week, we'll try, it'll be a little more than 12 weeks, probably 16 weeks to get everything ready once we get the plans through Swift Mud and get the construction started. But I would say probably the end of the year, December, January, maybe, we might start to be able to move some dogs from Palmetto. We have about a month of training time, so we get to understand how everything works and train the people that are going to be taking care of the dogs, because it'll be a new system and all those kinds of things. But we're pretty confident that we can get somebody in there, December of this year, January next year.
All right, thanks.
Is that, sir? Thank you. Is that it, guys?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I want to remind the board and property management, Bishop is being built to budget. There's a budget there that we're building to. And this could potentially be a phased project initially.
We have it planned as a phased project because we know what our budget is. It's about $8 million, 8.1 actually, and we are on budget.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. I do want to, for a minute, sing Sarah's praises and her team. We had a hoarding incident in my district. How many cats were there?
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
That's actually still going on.
Oh.
Yeah. We have a custody hearing coming up in a couple days for that.
But I appreciate your team being out there and taking the, taking one for the team on that one. So
It's been a lot of hoarding cases this year. It was the rabbits, then the rats, and then the cats. Hopefully that's it. Hoping.
But your team's doing a great job out there on the street. So
They
we
do an
appreciate
incredible job. I'm really proud of them.
it. So thank you very much.
for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next is me, Commissioner comments. Approval of the revised 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting schedule. I think we've all seen that. So thank you. Motion approved has been made by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, seconded by Commissioner Bearden. If you cast your votes now to update our schedule. And it carries 6-0. All right, the next item I had brought up was, I've been approached by a lot of people, and I appreciate all the chiefs being here today. I really do. You guys are amazing. You do a great job about efficiencies in government and how we can make government more efficient, how we can make the county more efficient. Is there things we could do? Are there opportunities to look at different things? And this is more of a conversation than any type of demands or anything like that. That's something to be done. County Administrator, so basically, when it comes to our fire districts, we're pretty much, we have no control, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, all right.
All in our jurisdiction.
Okay, so even with looking at merging or anything? So I guess what we want to do then is reach out to the fire chiefs and the fire districts. If they want to merge or if they want to consolidate or anything like that, we'd be more than happy to help them with a study or something of that nature to assist them in that opportunity, because we do want to make sure that, we're providing the best fire service that we can to the citizens of Manatee County as the county continues to grow. I don't know if we have to create more fire districts or we can make fire districts more, work with the state and work with our chiefs to make them more efficient. So I guess that's where we're at. So that would be it, right? I mean, we have no control.
No control.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Oh, you're on the board. Oh. Mr. Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the subject has come up of fire districts merging in the past. Commissioner Cruz and I are now the senior statesmen up here and have been here the longest. It came up in council of government meetings, maybe commission meetings as well. And we have 7 districts. It came up again this time because Duet was wanting to achieve ALS status, but they're unable to meet even the bare minimum qualifications to achieve that. However, if you look at the larger picture, if they were to merge with a larger district, because a very similar situation arose in Myakka, and Myakka wanted more services, which is fine, and that's fair. Of course, there is the real pragmatic fact that if you choose to live away from society out in the country, there are benefits. You don't have traffic to deal with, and a lot of other perks, not nearly the crime, but there are downsides as well. And having that much access to emergency response is one of those downsides. But if they were to merge like Myakka did, Myakka merged with East Manatee, love it, proactive, all about it. And now Myakka has those services. If Duet were to have merged, or if they should merge, they could achieve the same thing. If Duet were to merge with Parrish, I know Parrish has, they have challenges, let's say, that they're facing that could be alleviated if they would look towards a merger as well with possibly North River. I'm sure North River is not thrilled to necessarily hear that, to take on those challenges, but these are the facts. And when you have smaller districts, they tend to be more susceptible to these challenges. When you have larger districts, they tend to be more resilient. It's just the way it is. West Manatee has some interest in merging. You have to be contiguous to another district to merge with it. They're only contiguous to one district, and that's Cedar Hammock. I'm not a fire chief, and none of us are, so I don't think any of us wants to be heavy-handed or push this envelope too much. I think we're just saying we're 7 conservatives. I think probably all of you are conservatives, fiscal conservatives, and we're not fans of duplicity when it comes to government, and we like to see efficient government where we can. So I think really the message I'm just sending is I would love if the fire chiefs would get together and talk about any opportunities that they see for potentially merging and eliminating some duplicity, increasing care, increasing service as well. We don't want to see that reduced. And the only other concern I think everybody has is the impact that it would have on firemen themselves. We don't want to see, again, we don't want to see services reduced. We're not looking to have fewer firemen. We're looking to have a little less administrative costs, obviously, and a little more efficiency. I think that's really everyone's goal, is that's what we're all looking for, basically. I think that's pretty accurate. This board has been pretty proactive. You all were here for one of the presentations today. We've been pretty proactive when it comes to emergency response, whether it's 911 center, if it's adding actual EMS rigs to the road, building EMS stations, we're at the verge of having a helicopter permanently based here, the drone program, syncing up our traffic signals to an AI system that will sync up to our EMS rigs, that we're hoping that the fire districts will participate in that as well, albeit at your cost. But we're hoping that you'll participate in that as well. And we're going to start downtown with that and work near Manatee Memorial and then work our way outward throughout the county. Not a small investment on our part at all. So we have an interest in this, and we are trying to really push things forward and be innovative when it comes to this. And I guess we're just looking for a good partnership on your end and a good sit down and dialogue and discussion, and everybody be open-minded about it and see where it goes. That's all we're asking. That's all I'm asking for anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have a bigger dialogue. We haven't had a council of governments meeting in a year. I don't remember the last time we had a council of governments meeting. But, I mean, I do think it's important to always be looking at opportunities, and I don't know what the opportunity is, because as Commissioner Van Osberg said, and the county attorney or administrator verified, we're not a charter county. We can't do anything up here other than try to facilitate anything that's in your best interest to do it. I know there's been proposals about fly cars out in Duet and Parrish and Mayaca to assist with paramedics and medical services, and we're always open to helping, but government does very few things well, and they're required to do very few things for the bare minimum of their citizens, but safety is one of them. And I would hate to see having 8 different police departments all over the county, and where you live dictates whether or not the police in your area have guns or not. It's like that seems counterintuitive, because that would be crazy. You have one MSO, and they oversee everyone, and they can manage their resources, their training, and their equipment. So I don't think it's a person thing. I think no matter how many, bless you, no matter how many districts you have, you're going to effectively have more or less the same number of fire. It's more the equipment. We have some fire districts have 4 ladder trucks, some have 0. Odds are the one with the 4 ladder trucks never needs 4 ladder trucks at the same time, but on occasion, the one with 0 ladder trucks may need one, especially when they start building the 4-story apartment complexes we've approved up here. So it would be nice to see that efficiency. It would be nice to have some uniformity of safety throughout the county, because I don't think safety should be dictated based upon socioeconomical, where you can afford to live. And we're starting to see trends in cost because of some levels of inefficiency, where I've seen some fire districts talking about increasing their millage, and either they already have a right to do it because they're not capping out at their the resolution of their full millage, or they're proposing new ones to provide services that are already provided elsewhere, could probably be provided for free or at a reduced cost if they're merged with others. So I would just encourage people to have that conversation, because I know Mayaca, in my argument, and I think Danny and Lee and everyone would say the same thing, is better off and has better service as a result of a merger that maybe they didn't want to have, and you kind of lose the source of pride of having a Mayaca fire, but it's for the best interest of the citizens out there, cost-wise and safety-wise. So I would like this to be a bigger discussion. Maybe the delegation needs to get involved in it. I mean, we seemingly can get free OPAGA studies at a snap of a finger. It doesn't commit to anything, but it can show some level of at least data to support future discussions down the road. But I do think there needs to be discussion. I don't necessarily think it has to be like Sarasota with one, but maybe there's quadrants, maybe there's North River, South River, some level of efficiency, because I see some others, like Palm Beach has one. They've got helicopters, they've got a massive training facility with jaws of life and all kinds of stuff out there, because they can consolidate resources, which we don't do. Instead, we break this out into little pieces. So I would like to see broader discussions on this, but I think we need more data before we can really have intelligent discussions, and we're kind of just the facilitators up here anyway.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge.
Thank you, sir. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz said. My only message would be, if you want to, I want you guys to keep control of all this and keep control of your own destiny. Bringing OPAGA in is an option, but you start to lose control. Bringing the delegation is an option, but you start to lose control at that point, and that's why I strongly urge the fire chiefs to sit down together and should be open-minded, have good dialogue and conversation, and see what you can come up with. Keep it all in-house, Thank you, sir.
All right. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I don't know if it's inappropriate at this time, but because we're going to have future discussions, but you guys have been sitting here all day. Is there a spokesperson to weigh in on consolidation, what you guys think, or can we do that quickly, or is that out of play?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they should, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they would, I don't know if they're ready or not, but I would say come back at some point, if they want to. It's up to them. It's not up to us.
I would request that the union have a seat at the table
Yeah.
when you have those discussions.
Yeah, so I mean.
Both unions have a seat at the table.
All right, and
so yeah,
a future time then, okay.
Yeah, it's up to the chiefs of whatever they want to do. They run the show, so hopefully they've heard where we're heading at, and hopefully we can put something together in a future date. All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, you're up.
Thank you, sir. I actually have 2 things. One's on the agenda, one is not. Both are pretty small and simple. The first one is lobbyist registration. We see this there's other nearby counties, Pinellas, for instance. Tallahassee has one as well. Really, Tallahassee's is kind of identical to the Pinellas County one. We are regularly lobbied by folks and individuals, groups, businesses. They all have a right, of course, to talk to their elected officials. No one's doubting that. But a lobbyist, to be clear, is someone who is paid to come and advocate on behalf of an individual, a business, or an organization. And that's the difference between a paid person and an individual who is simply concerned about their own personal issue that's not being paid. They're not representing anyone else. But I think that, and by the way, the people that are coming are usually primarily they're lawyers paid by developers to come lobby to us. That's usually who we're dealing with. But to ensure that people know who is coming into this building and is being paid to lobby their elected officials, I think I would like for us to have a lobbyist registration. So each of them would have to register with the county before they could come into the building and be paid to advocate or to lobby an elected official. So I make a motion that we have the county attorney draft and create a lobbyist registration for Manatee County.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Real quick, some dialogue. So this registration form would be anyone that comes on behalf of anybody that's going to, on any issue that's being paid. Okay, so if we have, this case in point, comes in front of us, Caleb Grimes and those guys come in front of us, they're being paid. So even on land development, at land use, yeah, they're getting paid. So even at land use,
Absolutely, primarily land use,
okay,
right?
so for
Yeah.
land use and for BOCC meetings, you want.
Right. Or if they're being paid
Come
to
up
meet with us
come on the ninth
upstairs.
floor.
Sure,
Okay, all right, I just kind of wanted to,
absolutely.
okay.
The county attorney looks like he's in distress over there.
No, not at all, Commissioner.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I have clarification from you with regard to what you're asking. I know that this is done in some counties, I think, vis-à-vis an ordinance. Is that the pleasure of the board? I'm just trying to get clarification as to exactly the scope
I
of
can't
what
speak
you're
for the
asking.
rest of the board. That is the intention of my motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, you want your motion, say, the motion for the county attorney's office to create a lobbyist registration form, which would then be put into an ordinance. That's what you're looking for.
I'm looking for a lobbyist registration via ordinance
Okay.
to be created by the county attorney's office and brought on a future agenda.
Okay, so would it be like a form they would fill out and give to the county
The
attorney?
details of which I can rely on the county attorney's office to
Okay.
iron out. And if we don't like it, we'll reject it when he brings it to us.
That's my thinking, was perhaps to come back with some samples or some ideas for the board, to consider. We can brief you about that. There's some public records implications for that, and there's also some enforcement mechanisms for that and administration mechanisms. Is there a time frame that the board has a pleasure of bringing this back?
Your last day there.
I'll fix it. All right. I mean, what do you think, 60 days?
It shouldn't take 60 days. I mean, it's,
He's only here for a week and a half, and then.
Well, I know, but.
Oh, well, then we need it in a week and a half, sir. Yeah.
Next week will be fine by the 30th.
Yeah.
I think I should be able to.
It's a
come
pretty
back-
simple request.
Yeah, I can come back to you guys, I think, within, 30 days at the latest.
Okay.
And at least have a dialogue with you, make sure we're capturing the types of things you'd like to see in that, Commissioner.
Okay.
Perfect.
Commissioner Ballard.
So just a little point of clarification. So let's say that, there's a nonprofit who wants to come before the Children's Services Advisory Board and request funding. Would the CEO of that nonprofit, if they're being paid their salary?
Absolutely, they're being paid a healthy salary, right.
They would also
And
be subject.
They're coming looking for money, absolutely.
Okay, and then the other question that I have is would the record of this be open to the public of who these folks are and that they're coming before the
I
board
think
to
that's
lobby?
a good discussion and maybe one that the administrator can bring back when the ordinance comes
Okay.
forward to discuss where. I think possibly putting it on our website somewhere is
Yeah.
probably a good idea.
I think that's a good idea,
Where
too.
it's pretty, readily available to people.
Wonderful, okay.
Hey, clerk, actually, the motion had been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. He said it loud, so I don't know if you correct that, but Commissioner Cruz.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I mean, if you look at like every bill in Tallahassee, they actually have a tab on there. Not saying do that. I don't want to put our on-base group in it, but just to use example. Any bill in Tallahassee, it literally has a tab that shows all the lobbyists that had to register for it. This isn't reinventing a wheel. It's just transparency.
Would, real quick, would we want them, when they come before us, to, like from the land use, or identify that they are?
That's not a bad idea if you want to give them a lobbyist number, a specific number, and then when they come forward, say, I'm registered number, whatever, lobbyist number.
73 or
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who gets one.
Yeah. Flashing it. Okay. All right. There was a motion made by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, second by Commissioner Bearden, for the County Attorney's Office to create a lobbyist registration via an ordinance. If you please cast your votes now. Oh, do we know for public comment? Sorry. See no public comment, I'll close public comment. Cast your votes now. And the motion carries 6-0. All right, and Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, you said you had another item you'd like to bring forward.
I do. You know, we've been watching a wave of anti-Semitism spread around the country, and I think it's important that we make sure that the Jewish residents of this county know that we support them and that we support the nation of Israel. So I would like to make a motion that in the lobby of this building and in each of our libraries, that the county administrator put together and display, put together a display that includes the Israeli flag, photos of, including the faces of all of the hostages that are currently being held in Gaza, and a message of support and solidarity to the Israeli people.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any, oh wait, it's not even up yet, so, okay. Okay, the motion lobby, okay. Do you want to read the rest of it there, Commissioner Van Ossenbridge? I mean, it just says includes the Israeli flag and support, that's all it says.
Display in the lobby of the Manatee County Government Building and each Manatee County Library. Sorry, it's a display which includes the Israeli flag, photos of all current hostages held in Gaza, and a message of support and solidarity for the Israeli people.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Is there any public comment with regard to this? All right, there's been a motion by Commissioner Van Ossenbridge, a second by Commissioner Bearden. The motion's motion to put in the lobby of this building and public libraries. Commissioner Van Ossenbridge read it out loud. There it is. Okay, thank you. And do you want a letter of support?
That you should just include some sort of a message of
support.
Right.
Okay,
You leave that to the administrator to sort out.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so if you'd cast your votes now. And the motion carries 6-0. Thank you, sir.
I just want to thank my colleagues for their support on both of those items.
Thank you. Coming to the county attorney, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. County administrator?
Yeah, yes, Chair. So we have a very fluid situation that's taking place. The crane across the street at the new apartment complex needs to come down first thing tomorrow morning. I got a call from NDC. It's still very fluid. I don't have all the details, but we're getting ready to potentially put a message out to the employees and the citizens that the road coming off of Manatee Avenue, going into our parking garage, will be blocked. The commissioners, if you want to come to work tomorrow and or Thursday, if it's not down or removed, you will have to come off of Main Street through the alleyway to your parking spot. Right now, the message says it's limited to egress only. Well, that's not going to work for my employees. So we're still going back and forth with communication to make sure access to the Manatee County government parking garage will be limited to the northbound direction only. The call this morning said more than likely it will be done on Wednesday by Wednesday night, but they are leaving Thursday as in case there's any issues.
They can still come around by the property appraiser to enter.
That's
not
going
off
northbound.
Manatee Ave. Okay.
Just can't come off Manatee Avenue.
Okay.
But right now, they're saying it's egress only. It's not going to work for me.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
So we are going to get a message out to the, not only to our employees, but also the citizens.
Talk to the mayor.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, County Administrator. Are there any comments by commissioners? You have any additional comments? Anything like that?
I think you heard my comment.
Yeah, his comments right there. Baby Ballard has a comment, but he's done. So, All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.